spending no money this year.
What do you think about the midterm election? Do you think Democrats are going to take the House?
I think so. I think so. It's going to be a bit of a blue wave. I think the alarm bells are already ringing. Look at Mar-a-Lago. Just look at the congressional district that Mar-a-Lago is in. I'm pretty not congressional. I think they're a local district. They're a Democrat. Constituency. It's Mar-a-Lago. Home turf is not even a Republican battleground anymore. We're seeing local elections being swept up by Democrats. And I think what else is the alternative for folks? Because they've had, a year and some change of Donald Trump. And they're sick and tired. They are so sick and tired of this guy coming in and fucking everything up, right? We could literally have a conversation for hours about everything Donald Trump has done wrong, everything that he has had a hand in that has ultimately affected people's lives in negative and terrible ways. We could have out days, the litany of sins is so long, it would be a waste of time at this point to even regurgitate any of this. I think people are completely fed up. I'm seeing people who, in my local area in Vegas, these guys were proud MAGA, proud Trumpers. Now the flag, it's like I was telling you the other day, the flags have come down. The bumper stickers are being taken off. These guys are not open and proud about it anymore because there's nothing to be open and proud about anymore. I think a majority of the reason why he even got elected in the first place, it wasn't because of the economy, it wasn't because of this, it wasn't because of that. I feel like a majority of
Democrats.
Oh, was that Amir?
They wanted to punish the Democrats.
They wanted to punish the Democrats, and I feel like America they need to reconcile with themselves their level of racism, their level of white supremacy in a sense. Because I promise you, not everyone who voted for Donald Trump is a racist, but all of the racists voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say, guys?
The IQ is a little bit low as well.
We have a serious education problem. I've been saying this for a long time. We have a serious education problem in America, right? If people really, if I printed out a document that had a list of everything terrible that Donald Trump did, and I gave it to people, just before they voted, would they still vote for Donald Trump? No. Right? Because his best friend, Elon Musk, owns Twitter, one of the largest social media platforms in the world, just churning out AI slop, AI propaganda. Trump is this, so great, so great, so great. But in reality, we know this Christian guy who he likes to, masquerade around, he's having affairs with porn stars. He's paying them millions of dollars. He paid off $80 million to E. Jean Carroll, a woman he raped. This is a terrible individual. We're not even talking about the business practices, okay? But there's a lot to not like about Donald Trump at this current moment in time. So when the midterms come, don't be surprised when the Democrats just make, Donald Trump and, J.D. Vance if Trump gets impeached. Lame ducks. These guys are going to be lame ducks. They're not going to be able to do anything. I feel like a Democratic majority is going to have to try to put the schools on this administration. Because at this point, they have to. They have to. And to allow any of this to continue on is ridiculous. Amir, Taco, I saw a report, right, about how General Raisin King, right, who's the Air Force, he's the leading Air Force general for the United States military, right? He had to use his military privilege, this legal term called military privilege, where you can effectively override a decision made by the commander-in-chief if it puts lives in danger, right? That's what military privilege is. So Trump wanted to nuke Iran. He wanted to use the nuclear option on Iran, right? And General Dan King used his military privilege to basically kick Trump out of the room and stop him from deploying nukes, right? That's the situation we're in, that is the insane situation.
Rob, do you have evidence of that?
Yeah, I can find some for you.
Please put it in the chat. I'd really like to read that thing.
Anyway,
amount of hope going. But
That's what I'm saying. It can't be negative all the time, bro. Live in positivity.
but I mean, I agree with what Rock has been saying. But you know, do you guys really believe that there's going to be like so-called free and fair elections? You know, within the limits that have already been set. You don't think Trump's going to do like or Israel is going to do a false flag? Like, you know, there's talk about some false flag attack in LA. So that you can do like a 9/11 and have like Homeland Security go wild and just clamp down on everything. Oh no, we can't have elections because Homeland Security, blah blah blah.
So,
Go on.
I don't know if you looked into Trump's background. He's a conspiracy theorist, by the way. So, I don't know, as a president, I think he's, to be honest with you, if I was on his place, the way he's moving, I would be more scared of the Zionist sympathy versus, trying to start shit with Americans. Because in Zionist sympathy, I don't know if you guys remember 3 assassinations of Trump in his life, 3 or 4. And Trump tried to put a blame on Iran. Do you remember that? So I believe 1 or 2 of the assassination attempts was done by Israel, by the way. It's to warn him, stay in your fucking place. Because look, inside Israel, there are people who are pro-Trump. But in America, the Jews, they're actually pro-Kamala, pro-Democrats. Except for Norman Romo, that's on the fucking app, pedophile. He defends Epstein as well on this app. Except for him, but there's a lot of Jews that actually were Democrats. They hated Trump. So, and as soon as he got, and I believe because Netanyahu was born and raised in born in Jerusalem, but raised in America. He went to school here. He was born in Jerusalem, by the way. So, and Netanyahu knows that this guy is unhinged. Trump is unhinged, and he's unpredictable. So, then I believe one of those assassination attempts was done by Israel, and it was like a warning. It wasn't really a assassination attempt, it was just like a warning.
So,
that, make sure to stay in your line.
So you wouldn't put it past Israel to do a flag, or even Trump himself to do a false flag?
Israel might do false flag, but I think the FBI, I don't know if you heard the FBI, the CIA director, but they don't even allow the CIA into the building. I think they're going to be on the lookout during elections to see if there's any bad actors. And Israel is on a hit list, even from the official side. I mean, look at that guy that resigned. He put the blame on Israel. He said this is the Israeli war. What are we fighting for?
Yeah, it's control.
And Israel is on. So anything happens in America now, like with Charlie Kirk, automatically people start pointing fingers at Israel without even knowing the facts.
Yeah, you said the FBI, but they're controlled by Israel, aren't they? I mean,
FBI. I didn't say that.
Electoral president, what are you talking about? Trump is only Israel.
Oh my God, here comes a negative guy again.
Not negative.
That's so negative. What's up, Edward? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing well.
I know it's controlled by Israel. I know. I hear you, bro. But try to have a little bit of positivity, bro. FBI is controlled by Israel.
Yes, I am controlled by Israel.
Amir, Joe Kent wasn't allowed, he said on Tucker Carlson's show, he wasn't allowed to investigate the shooting, Trump's attempted assassination, both in Pennsylvania, when he was campaigning, and the other one in Florida, Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
And he was a director of counterterrorism for the U.S., and he wasn't allowed to investigate. So there's something fishy going on there.
So he wasn't. So here's the thing: when the assassination attempt happened, right? Joe Kent, even though he was elected by what's up, base? Even though he was elected by Trump.
things like this and track them back and see if they came from, organized cells, if they came from, somebody acting alone versus somebody acting in a group of people, and that's his job. He was blocked, and it doesn't make sense to block. And then on top of that, the Secret Service failed that day. They didn't have cameras on that building, and the shooter was killed. But they failed big time, and everybody, they all know in the government that they failed. But the Secret Service that was in charge that day was promoted. He was promoted. They weren't even questioned as to what happened by anybody. Because if they were going to be questioned, it would be by Joe Kent.
Technically, it was a failure. So like it was promoted.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did fail.
That's exactly what they wanted. So it's a failure to us, right? But to whatever their
Exactly.
it's a success. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know this actually until the other day when I just was going through, and it also came up. This is an interview he did, I think, a couple of months ago with Joe Kent. But Charlie Kirk, same thing. He wasn't allowed. His department was not allowed to investigate. So Iran captures 2 tankers, I'm assuming.
Yeah, they're
And one
probably
of them is,
Greek. They're saying.
they're saying they're Greek.
Yeah, that's what Greek.
Well, Israel goes through Greece too. So it used to be Turkey for everything. Then Turkey wound down its relationship economically, and then they switched over to Greece. That was their plan B. Turkey was, plan A, and then the plan B was Greece.
This is what I got out of the perplexity, right? I asked about why would Joe Kent block? Right, so Kent said his team at the National Counterterrorism Center was stopped from continuing to investigate, and that there was still a lot to look into. He also said the FBI wanted to turn everything over to Utah state authorities. And
That doesn't make sense.
And why is that? Why it likely happened? The public accusation, the reporting is jurisdiction and case ending. The FBI believed the attack had been solved as a long gunman murder and was ready to defer to state authorities. A separate backdrop is that Kent had just resigned in protest over the Iran war, and reporting also notes the FBI was investigating him over possible classified information leaks, which may have colored the broader dispute.
But earlier, Joe Kent in his statement said, if you listen to his interview, that because of his position, he has to also look at foreign involvement. So when he started looking at foreign involvement and potential countries that may have been involved, he said higher ups blocked him. That's the exact time where he got blocked for looking into it further. This is where he starts talking about the potential hand of Israel.
But sometimes when the people either resign or you get fired or whatever, they have their own bites and they're wrong.
But this is before he resigned, that he was doing this investigation.
So look, this is what it pulled up first, right? It said Joe Kent said he was stopped before the FBI wanted to hand the case over to Utah state authorities. After concluding it was a long gunman case, while Kent believed there were still unresolved leads, including a possible foreign link connection that needed more federal investigation. In the reporting I found, this claim is about Charlie Kirk murder investigation, not a specific Trump assassination attempt case. So he wanted to investigate the Charlie Kirk case.
So Amir, the claim that Rock made earlier, that France 24 article, that's just one guy named Larry Johnson that was on the podcast. said that he wanted the nuclear codes to attack Iran, and General Kane stood in front of him and said, I'm not going to do that. He defied Trump's orders. Which, boy, if that was true, I can almost guarantee you 90% of Pahlavi supporters would turn on in a minute, in a second. That's why I was really hoping that was actually true. But I don't like to spread propaganda, so if that's not true, I'm not going to talk about it.
There is a lot of propaganda online, and even if you look into some of these stories, I mean, it kind of, takes you down that, like a can of worms, like even the Joe Kent thing. And even Joe Kent was being investigated for leaking documents. I don't know.
Most people believe news that fits the narrative or fits their bias that they want to follow. But anything that doesn't fit their bias, they will, jump through a million hoops to debunk and to make it seem like it's illegitimate. I put the same amount of scrutiny on both types of claims because I understand there's a lot of propaganda out there. Both things that fit my bias and things that go against my bias.
But this podcaster, where did he get his information from?
So no. So the podcaster the name of the podcast is called Judging Freedom. I haven't listened to it, but I just looked into it a little bit with Andrew Napolitano. And the name of the individual is a former CIA guy, is Larry Johnson. So I think I might watch it during my lunch break and see if I could, if it seems legitimate or not, or if he talks about there's anybody else in the room to substantiate the claim or not. Like, I don't even know if he was in the room. Maybe he just heard it somewhere, so I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna go listen to it on my lunch break and I'll report back this afternoon.
Sure, no problem. Apparently Iran captured 2 vessels, and yesterday the Iranian official said that they have new cards that they haven't used it on the battlefield. We don't know what the new cards are. It could be ballistic missile of some sort, or it could be a new type of drones. It could be anything. So, and Trump said we're going to go back to bombing, but Trump then all of a sudden extended the ceasefire.
I mean, this is all just max pressure philosophy, right? He just wants to, every time he backs out, he chickens out, he puts on someone else. He never, accepts any of the responsibility for backing down at all.
I can't believe so kept on changed the tone. But no, they are eventually going to meet up. He went from
Saul, not Soul.
yeah, better call Saul.
Yeah, just Saul. Just call him Saul.
Yeah, so
Like the Old Testament Saul.
I can't believe he changed the tone.
He's just purely argumentative. He just likes to argue without researching facts. And when you're an argumentative person and you haven't researched your facts, you just start arguing based on, well, if I was this, it's like whataboutism, basically. And knows. But I will tell you, I don't think Mr. Reza Pahlavi has any chance of coming over, taking over the country. I think that the threats that Iran has made make it highly unlikely that there's going to be any
Sorry,
more.
what was that person? Is that the new super?
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, yes.
Okay.
So that's one thing that I personally feel very confident that is not going to happen. The second thing is Iran has made threats to attack. If its energy infrastructure gets attacked, it will attack the GCC's water desalinization plants, as well as their electricity grid with their drones and whatnot. And if they were to do that, the 4 or 5 countries in the GCC would be uninhabitable in a matter of weeks. So I think what the takeaway from that is that the U.S. Navy will need to eventually remove its blockade. Otherwise, if they try to starve out the Iranian government, it will lash out, and it will basically destroy 4 or 5 countries in the GCC. And then that will wreak havoc in global markets. You'll have, hundreds of thousands of refugees. It's not going to be good. So,
What is your view of the contention points in the negotiation, like the nuclear material and Iran's missile capability and its support to the neighboring countries that against Israel? I think these are the sticky points for the negotiation, right? Do you see them can reach somewhere in the middle to get an agreement out?
well, I think what Iran had offered, at least rumored to have offered in Geneva before it was attacked this last summer, before February 28th, was to not get rid of, but to dilute its 66% enriched uranium. But there's a lot of mistrust, so no one knows what's going to actually happen. Some people are saying that if Iran reports it has 66% enriched uranium, it could really have 90% enriched uranium. So unless inspectors are able to see that stockpile, then they really don't have any idea what percent enrichment it actually is at, number one. Number two, Iran will never give up its ballistic missiles, and I don't think it'll ever give up its support for proxies, because that's the only defense it has. And the limited conventional military it had was pretty much, for the most part, wiped out. Now, sure, they still have some speedboats and drones and other ballistic missiles in there, several under missile cities. But I don't see, because at that point Iran would just be a sitting duck, It gives up all of its military, so what? So Israel can come and, bomb it like it's happy hour whenever the fuck it feels like it. They're not going to do that. At that point, that would be equivalent to unconditional surrender, in my opinion, which they're not going to do.
So Iraq wants security, right? Basically not to be attacked in the future. How realistic this can be ironed out? I'm just curious, how America can provide to guarantee that, to make them believe that they will not be attacked in the future.
I don't think that there will be any trust in that. I think that's asking for a little too much, and that even if the U.S. says yes, we will never attack you again, there's not a chance in hell. Pigs will fly before Israel agrees to such a thing. Because in my view, Israel's actual intention for Iran is to turn it into a failed state. That's the ultimate goal. So
I agree. I think we just follow your logic, right? So if Iran says that, in order to defend itself, I need to keep the missile capability, would the U.S. allow that? And if that's the case, then missile can still, be the critical weapon to control the Hormuz, right? So that means that Iran has the capability to shut it down or affect, in a way to control it, right? And would U.S. allow that situation, or allow that status quo?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know at this point, Cosmo. I mean, if there's going to be any negotiations that happen, I think Iran's position is going to be, my guess would be that the U.S. Navy blockade needs to at least allow its ships to sail out with the oil that it's selling to China and its LNG, because I don't think the Iranian government can last very long without it. So the main question in my mind is, and I have to research this, is how can Iran survive without selling its oil due to the U.S. Navy blockade? So let's say that number is X number of days, right? If you get pretty close to that X number of days and that Navy blockade is still there, that's when things are going to escalate, and they're going to escalate very fast.
That's a very good point, but I think the two big countries behind Iran, they will cut a loan or something. They're not going to let the regime fail. So your point is right that if the blockade is sustained, then they're going to run out of foreign currency to buy the necessities. But those two countries, they will cut a loan for them. And that's my suspect.
Well, I don't know how they would cut a loan unless they fly in shipments of cash, because China right now, I don't know if you know this or not, has $20 billion of frozen assets of Iran. So basically right now, when Iran sells oil to China, it's done in two different ways. One is mainly by a bartering system. So Iran gives about 80 to 90% of its oil to China, sells it to them. In return, China gives products to Iran, okay? It could be anything from, pencils, papers, pens, stuff like that, all the way to cars and whatnot, okay? Just anything you could think of, electronics, so on and so forth. Those are bartered back and forth so that the money swap doesn't have to go through because Iran does not have access to the SWIFT banking system. And then those items are then sold to the public, and then that money is flowed back to the government. So it's kind of an intricate system that the government's running on right now. And there are rumors of some of that shadow fleet oil being sold and somehow money getting funneled through third parties in the Emirates and whatnot. I don't know how much of that is true, but I don't know how Russia or China would be able to keep that government afloat. Maybe there is a way, I don't know, but assuming there isn't, worst case scenario is to, you look at how much savings the Islamic Republic has and how much revenue they get from the oil and what their daily, weekly burn rate is. And from that, you can back calculate how many days, weeks, or months they can survive without selling a barrel of oil. And the other thing is, Cosmo, is the other critical thing to look at is how much oil can Iran actually store? Because once they run out of storage space, those oil wells will they can't pump any more oil out. Then those oil wells can basically get damaged and potentially, if long enough, become inoperable if they're not pumping out oil. So currently, the refineries that pump the oil go through Clark Island, where ships used to come and take about, I think, 1.5 million barrels a day out to sea. And that's not being done right now. So we'll see how long they can survive. My guess is not very long, because that's a ton of oil that needs to be shipped somewhere somehow or stored.
Well, these are very good points. I guess from Iran's perspective, I'm just kind of doing the game theory thinking, right? If they are cornered, and then there's no, air damage, they don't have a solution, then the worst case happen to them, they can just continue to fight and shut down the Hormuz. That's enough retaliation to the U.S. and also world economy. That's probably the U.S. wouldn't want to take that. So realistically, what's the middle ground that a peace solution can be ironed out? I'm just trying to think about what each party can accept to reach a common long sustained truce, right? Rather than this sort of just a temporary thing.
Well, Cosmo, the Strait of Hormuz is already closed. So Iran has already played that card. And there's going to be a lot of suffering from multiple countries due to that, both primary effects and secondary and tertiary effects, okay? But the peace deal, if you look at the US 15-point plan and the Iran 10-point plan, they couldn't be further apart. So nobody really knows how close they could possibly get. The rumor is that during the last Islamabad negotiations that J.D. Vance was there, the 21-hour marathon session that they had, apparently they'd agreed upon all points except for the enrichment of the uranium. So apparently Iran had offered 5 years of no enrichment and the U.S. asked for 20 years, and they couldn't come to an agreement upon that. Now, what are the other concessions
What
that
about
the U.S.
Nixon?
Yeah, so what are the concessions that the U.S. offered for that? Nobody knows. I saw conflicting reports. Some people said that U.S. was willing to lift sanctions, lift restrictions on frozen assets, allow Iran to basically enter the SWIFT banking system again, sell its oil. Who knows? No, I don't think that information was ever publicly released because it's never agreed upon. But at some point, they got to come up with something that works, and both sides need to understand that if they do not negotiate, if they do not come down from their sacred cows, basically, and negotiate, that it's going to mean a lot of hurt for not just Iran and U.S. and Israel, but for the whole world. Hey, Ace, are you there?
Yes, and I have a question. Did Saul lose a bet? Because I've seen his name as Saul Shifter. Did he lose a bet? I thought he lost a bet to like sheep or something.
I think he did lose a bet, yes. It was Saul Goodman, but it's been Saul Shifter for a few days now.
Yeah, so I guess he lost a bet.
And she even lost another one.
Oh, tell me.
It wasn't a bet. It wasn't a bet, but it was, if you wanted to turn it into bet, I said it's haram for me, so I'm not going to bet. But I kept on telling him, I'm like, they're not going to meet up in, in Islamabad, right? Iran is saying no, America is saying yes. All right? most likely will not meet up because they kept on denying it. You see what I'm saying? And and he kept on insisting. He kept on insisting. He's like, no. In the matrix. He kept on insisting, no, they're gonna meet up. They're gonna meet up. They're gonna meet up. I'm like, bro, they're not gonna meet up. I kept on telling him. So that was another L. And now.
Boa is trying to do the same thing right now and losing. He's trying to do the whole, but where is they meet somewhere else? The whole point is they meet not a Salomon, nowhere else, no substitution. Fuck, these guys are some more wonder.
Samoa is not allowed in Las Vegas unless he provides the evidence. Samoa, unless he provides the evidence that shows that the IAEA was on the ground inside Iran after the 12-day war.
It was never. Is he stupid?
Because this fucker made a claim.
They weren't. They were totally expelled 1000% after the 12-day war. Any little bit of visits they had were at zero at that point, as they should be, considering everything.
You know. And IAEA cameras and everything was destroyed. Nobody knows how much uranium they have. It's just we have to go based on their words. That's it. IAEA cannot tell anything, even using satellite imaging, because you can't see it through the tunnel, you can't see it through the hole. How much uranium they have?
Yeah, it's all speculation now.
It's all fucking speculation. But the idiot kept on making a fucking claim, kept on arguing over something that he wasn't aware of.
He does it everywhere. I was in Lisa's room for a bit last night. He was doing it there. Everybody was just laughing at it. These guys' reputation is trash everywhere they go. They cannot have a chance of conversation at all.
And Better Call Saul is turning into what he's a Trump apologist. So
I mean, I called it out before. I called it out. I knew he was, but he was admitting it.
So 2 days ago, I raised this question. I said, what was the need for Donald Trump to, ask, President of Israel, Herzog, and asking Israelis to forgive this fucker called Netanyahu? What was the reason? Why would they do that and this and that? And I told them, in my opinion, I told the whole room, in my opinion, is because if Netanyahu stays in place, he has become a fucking liability, and Trump realized this long time ago that this fucker just wants to start shit up with the Middle East, and Trump wants to calm it down. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, he's a failed businessman. He understands that, look, we can't have this type of fucking bullshit because he won his election on anti-war. He told everybody he's anti-war. And then so he started trying to give me a hypothetical of some sort. He goes, okay, so let's say Trump, Netanyahu was best buddy with Trump, and he wants to, I said, just like, Trump was best buddy with Epstein. And you know what he did? He tried to play that trick again. Epstein was friends with other people. I'm like, so Netanyahu was friends with other people as well. I mean, I don't know, you have to be consistent. So, I don't know, he gets bothered every time,
Therefore, it really irritated me because he couldn't have intellectually honest conversation. Because when I'm having a conversation, I'm like, yeah, there's other dirtbags too. This is not just Trump. But the topic, that day, was free of Trump's involvement. This is not talking about everybody. He does get very defensive. He's a Trump apologist, and I knew this. I knew that he was a Trumper. He just wasn't he was kind of.
He's just like Samoa.
Yeah, it's people and whatever. There's.
Anyways, what you been up to, Ace? Same old.
Yeah, just busy bee. What about you?
Almost a different day. Just running around, moving some cars and shit.
Oh yeah, because you have the limitation of how many hours of sleep.
Yeah, that's
Everybody comes to the.
No, the street thinking of signing up for a drop shipper.
Nice.
And the problem with drop shipping is, so see what I want to do.
Is it too much time it takes? Depending on what
No.
it's for?
No, I wanted to use, so instead of using like the actual drop shipping company, I wanted to use Amazon as a drop shipper.
Oh, that's actually very smart. Amazon Prime because they're quick.
But the big problem, it's a deep dark secret.
Tariffs.
The big problem with Amazon is it's not about the fucking tax, it's about the tracking number. They give Amazon delivery tracking number. So let's say if I want to sell something on eBay, I'm gonna have a hard time if somebody from eBay complains that this is because eBay policy for
It's on by refund pretty much.
yeah, it's they'll suspend your account.
If there's too many complaints, I think, right?
Yeah, and they'll suspend your account. You see what I'm saying?
But what's the limit? There's gotta be a case rate or something, right?
No, it's because you're using Amazon shipping. And that's what they see. Amazon has its own shipping, right? So that's the problem. Amazon
policy. I got it.
yeah, Amazon doesn't use what is it, post office or
Yeah,
any of these
fine.
other.
Their own delivery, yeah.
So you'll save money on Prime, but at the same time,
But there's no
your
tracking.
account can get suspended. So, I was looking into that. I'm like, how do you do it? And then even on Amazon, when you order, you have to select it as a gift, so they don't send out a receipt with it, You know what I'm saying? So the customer will end up receiving a receipt. So you ordered it for $30 and you sold for $50. The customer paid, what you call it? Customer paid about $50 and they get a receipt and they're gonna get pissed off. So you have to do like I can't believe this fucking jumper battery is. I have to order another one. Anyways, so yeah, I was looking into that, So that way I don't have to keep the inventory. I don't have to worry about my phone as well, But
You sell what you ship. Or you ship what you sell.
but
To be inventory.
yeah, but I have my own website as well for shopping, so I'm thinking I can sell it on Amazon. Hey, what's up, Ustad? How you doing, bro?
Good. I think Iran is never gonna win the war.
Who, Modi? What's the opinion amongst the people from India? Is Iran gonna win or no?
What I'm saying is that Iran cannot win this war.
Iran can win the war. It's winning the war.
How do you define winning?
Okay. So Iran had Lebanon ceasefire on the table. Okay. They said you need to do ceasefire in Lebanon. America got Lebanese minister and the Israeli side to come together in the White House to do a ceasefire. So Netanyahu was forced into doing a ceasefire with Lebanon, even though they violated the fucking ceasefire.
It's all political, but let's talk about the people of Iran. I think they are like
I just are you going to concede to this point? Yes, it was forced upon Israel to do the ceasefire.
Just imagine if you are like being in Iran, how would you feel?
I'm asking you a question. Are you going to concede to that point so we can move on to the next point? We can't just, be all over the place. Are you going to concede to it? Yes. America did bow down to Iraq.
America is the superpower. This is the reality.
Did America bow down to Iran to do a forced ceasefire with, Israel and Lebanon?
See, this is very political. Donald Trump.
I'm asking, I have to go based on objective data. The data says they did. ceasefire. Lebanon was part of on the table with the Iranian ceasefire.
The reality is economically and politically Iran will weak.
Bro, I'm not talking about it. Yeah, we can only move on to the next point if you concede to the first one. Otherwise, there's no point of having a conversation. You're just freaking intellectually dishonest.
Unless don't act like a kid, we are an adult.
Bro, you are acting like a fucking kid. You don't know what you're talking about. You just fucking bullshit out of your asshole.
See, this is what you do, right?
Yeah, this is what I do. This is how I fucking debate the motherfuckers on this app. If you can't concede, there's no point of having a conversation. You're just intellectually dishonest piece of shit.
See, I'm not controlling you. Donald Trump is controlling everything.
I told you, concede to the fucking first point, then we can move to the next one. Otherwise, what's the point of having a conversation? You asked the question, how did it lose? I gave you the answer. Are you gonna concede to it? You can look this up. This is all factual. Go use your ChatGPT and look it up.
See, you open the room and I think that you.
I opened the room not for you. I didn't open the room for you, okay? Not for freeloaders like you to come in here and fucking bullshit out of their asshole. When you don't know the I just told you, America had to bow down to fucking Iranian conditions. Iran condition number one was ceasefire with Lebanon. Okay?
You guys are acting like Ukraine, okay?
You guys acting like Ukraine. You should worry about your fucking Indian politics instead of coming up here talking about Iran.
Acting like Ukraine. What does that mean?
Fucking idiot.
I mean, acting like Ukraine, that sounds like stupid stuff. What do you mean?
Yeah, you're living in the illusionary, like an imaginary world.
Living in an imaginary world. What world? I'm right here in America, by the way. I'm in Los Angeles. I'm looking at it from the, I have the stats, I have the data, I have the sources, I can source up on this shit.
Iran is losing, you're gonna lose absolutely, they're gonna lose. Look at the market.
What market?
People are starving in Iran, right?
Did you see your market? People were dying for the fucking oil. Did you see your market? The fucking, the gas that goes into the ultrasound, he ran away, that little scumbag. An idiot. It's a big problem, man, when you're fucking being intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, just ignoring questions. You ask him a question, you just ignore it.
He's the one that asked me the question. It's an idiot, man.
So, Amir, let me ask you the same question. Do you see a middle ground that two sides can accept?
What did you say?
Do you see a middle ground?
I see. So
There's a 15 point.
Yeah, but the 15 point.
There's a far away, right? But the question is, do you see the negotiation can somehow reach a middle ground?
Look, I think they should have met up in Pakistan to make the deal. But then I understand why did they meet up is because of how America violated the ceasefire. And America yesterday captured one of their vessels, cargo vessel, right? So that's another problem. That's a red flag. And Iran did give them a chance, but look at how Trump is trying to bow down and trying to play the market by doing ceasefire, extending the ceasefire. Why would he extend the ceasefire? Is he, because he definitely doesn't want to go back to war. If he goes back to war, it's going to make America look bad. More bad than it already looks. It looks really bad on the fucking world stage because Iran did not start this shit. It was started by America and Israel. And yesterday, one of the Iranian officials came out and said that, we haven't tried the new cards. We have some new cards to test on the battlefield. So that's another thing as well. And America doesn't know what they have. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. But at one point they're going to come together. things on a paper and send it over. Pakistan is playing a role of drawing a middle. Whoa, can you reach your mic? Whatever your name is, stop.
Just close your mic.
I'm just an idiot, man. That's what it is. One thing that's going to happen. Thank you. At one point, that's what's going to happen, Cosmo, and I don't know. What's your take on this? Do you think the ceasefire is going to happen? Because look, it's in Iran's best interest to prolong the war, prolong the blockade on Strait of Hormuz. According to economists that I've read, some of them are saying, let's say if the price of a barrel goes up to about 130, 140, barrel per barrel, whatever, and if it stays like that for about 6 months to a year, we'll have recession in America and the inflation as well. So it's in Iran's best interest if they want to do that, but at the same time, they're going to have their own problem. But they are using, I believe they're using some sort of a ghost fleet. I'm sure they're getting their things somehow. Because America did the blockade, it's only blocking the ships coming out of Iranian ports. So they can use Iraqi ship to transport the goods that are coming into Iran for the time being. I don't know, what's your take? Go on, bro.
Well, there are 2 points that I was asking earlier. One is about missile defense capability. The other is about the allies that Iran has been, supporting, continuing money to. And the U.S. terms is basically asking to dismantle the missiles and also cancel their support for the allies they have. Do you think Iran can somehow accept that, or maybe in the middle ground they can accept something like that? I think the Iranians, they pretty much reached agreement. It's just in time. I think it can be reached on both parties to agree on that. The sticky point is about missile defense and their support for the allies. What do you think on that 2 terms?
You're talking about the proxy, right? The proxy, yes. That is on the table, but I don't think Iran's going to agree to it. Hezbollah is fighting the fight right now in Lebanon. They're killing a whole bunch of people. 1 or 2 days prior to the ceasefire that happened in Washington, because America had to bow down to Iran's condition, do a ceasefire, and they bowed down to it and they did a ceasefire. And 2 days prior to that ceasefire, they killed about 300 people in one day, 300 and some change in Lebanon, and injured about 1,000 people. So they're not going to dismantle any of these proxies. And if you look into the history, Cosmo, Hezbollah is only there to resist against the occupation. Who's the occupier? Israel. But the Lebanese side spoke of, there was a lady in here, she's from Lebanon. She started, kind of crashing out as well. So even the Shia Lebanese, they're actually divided. They don't want, Iran representing their country, their position. And then we have Rio that comes in. He's from Lebanon as well. He's from the Shia background, and he supports us both. So as you can see, even on Clubhouse, with the anecdotal experience, you have 2 parties. They're from the same country, same religious background, and they're divided. So I don't know, man. There's a sentiment amongst Lebanese that why the hell Iran is playing a role, influencing our, politics and whatnot. But in my opinion, Iran should, right now, they should allow Iran to make the deal, because Iran can make it happen. yesterday destroyed Jesus Christ's statue. Something like that. He's the money piece of the shit that respect the money. Anybody else wants to come up? You guys welcome to come up. Oh, that's what it is. Oh.
I think the best thing Trump can expect is to roll time back to before the war started. That means that there's no war between Iran and the U.S. And also Iran is not attacking GCC countries, and also that the Hormuz open. I think that would be probably the best U.S. can achieve, and seems to be acceptable to Iran, at least I consider. But the conflicts between Iran, its allies, and Israel, that would never end. But U.S. probably would just cut off on that. So we're not going to get involved anymore on that. I don't know. Do you see Iran will accept something like that?
I think Iran wants all these military bases out of the Middle East as well, by the way. You heard about the military bases, right? American military bases?
That would be a definite no from the U.S. side, because it will lose space and also lose credibility in front of the GCC.
Yeah, but I think they have to agree to it according to international law. If those military bases are a threat to Iran's sovereignty, then they have the right to pretty much, get rid of those bases, and those bases will get attacked again by Iran. And it's allowed according to the law. You see what I'm saying? Because those military bases were being used, and the GCC countries
Sorry,
actually.
can you elaborate what you mean is a law by the law? Which one? What is a law by which?
I'm talking about international law, by the way, Cosmo. So international law, if there's an entity out there that's a threat to their own sovereignty, they're allowed to bomb it and whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're about to, get rid of the threat.
So you're saying if a military base exists in GCC countries under international law, that's a threat and allow Iran to attack them?
Yes, international law allows it.
Well, before the war started this time, the base has been there for decades, right? And then Iran never attacked them.
Yeah, because they never got attacked before. So these military bases were being used to fill up their fighter jet, use their airspace, and did a whole bunch of stupid shit. And the GCC country leaders, they kept them lying. There was an investigation done by a mainstream media news channel. You had a leader, I think it was Bahrain or somebody, was lying. And turned out, in mainstream media, television network, they investigated it using satellite imaging, whatever. They found out that Bahrain or somebody this idiot was allowing the U.S. to use a military base. Isn't that crazy? These fuckers, they tend to lie a lot. They think that this is Iraq. Iran is Iraq. Their civilization is very old. It's older than 3,000 years old.
What you said is true. If the attack were initiated from this base, then Iran has a right to attack them. But the U.S. says that we're not going to have any military power that's initiated from this base to attack you. So there's a truce between all the U.S. and its bases in those GCC countries with Iran. Do you think Iran will accept that?
I think it's always going to be a threat, Cosmo, until America can guarantee on paper and everything that they will never attack. They will never attack Iran. If there's some sort of a guarantee, then yes. But every time there's a ceasefire, it always tends to get violated by one entity, which is Israel. And that backs it up, even in the fucking violation. Isn't that crazy? Like, it has happened multiple times. I'll give you, so the last war, 8th of October, Hezbollah started firing rockets or whatever into Shimon Farm. Shimon Farm is a illegal occupied land on the border of Lebanon and Israel, right? And Hezbollah wasn't even firing rockets inside Israel. It was on the Shimon Farm, which is occupied by Israel. And what Israel did, Israel started killing people, did a whole bunch of stupid attacks inside Lebanon, right? And when the ceasefire did happen, this was back in November, I believe 2024. Ceasefire happened, and within like the first or second day, ceasefire got violated by Israel. Lebanese military came out and said it was Israel that violated ceasefire. France and US came out to investigate. Turned out they're like, yep, it's Israel that violated the ceasefire. There's about 10,000 UN peacekeepers on the border of Lebanon and Israel. And even they got attacked, like multiple times. And I think a couple days ago, one of the UN peacekeepers even got killed by Israel. So that's the thing. You just, and America looked the other way. America just told Israel, no, you gotta give them a chance, whatever. Since then, they're still fucking violating ceasefire. They've violated ceasefire over 15,000 times. Isn't that crazy?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that there's no truce between Israel and Iran. But the U.S., I think from Trump's perspective, he has a personal agenda. There's an incentive for him to reach a truce or peace, at least for his term, between the U.S. and Iran. So if he says that we're going to keep the base in the GCC countries, that we're not going to attack you, well, we'll announce that, right? And just say there's no military operation against Iran from the GCC, the bases in the GCC countries. Do you think Iran will accept that?
I don't think they'll accept it, but they won't. They probably have this condition that we can't have military bases with the GCC countries. So America would have to accept it. Because at the end of the day, Cosmo, who's to say they do a ceasefire and then a week later they're attacking from the same military base from Saudi Arabia, from UAE. Because none of these fucking countries can be trusted. These countries are fucking fake countries made up with the help of British.
The U.S. is not going to restore those bases. It's restore those bases.
U.S. cannot be trusted, Cosmo.
What?
The U.S. government cannot be trusted.
By whom you're talking about?
By anybody.
Amir, what are you doing in Los Angeles?
Okay, have a safe flight to the hallway. Bye-bye. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Thank you. Shout out to this Ustad character that was in here, dumb motherfucker. Yeah, go on, Cosmo.
It's from U.S. national interest. They're gonna keep the base over here. There's no alternative to say we're gonna withdraw. That's a no-no. But I think U.S. will rather go in war than withdrawing from there. So the question becomes, how much Iran can sustain or willing to sustain if U.S. don't want to withdraw the bases and they just go to war. I think Iran may have to.
America's gonna go to war because of military bases? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, fuck no. They're just gonna remove the military bases, bro. They're not gonna go to war because it's
remove the bases. That these countries will not trust U.S. to provide security for their countries. They
already don't trust GCC. They don't trust America at all. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. In Qatar, the America asked Qatar, right? This was about 6 or 9 months ago. America asked Qatar to negotiate a peace ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. As they were doing it, Israel comes in and fucking bombs their shit. Alright, bombs their shit. And then 2-3 days later, Qatar, set up a meeting or whatever. They all showed up and they all realized that this is a fucked up thing. So this is why Saudi Arabia, what Saudi Arabia did, signed a pact deal with Pakistan because Pakistan has nukes. You see what I'm saying? So, even the other countries
separate thing. Whether GCC country trusts U.S. or not, it doesn't matter from U.S. perspective. What really matters is the petrodollar. The basis over there is not to protect those countries, it's to protect the petrodollar foundation. If the base is withdrawn, then those countries can, invite other foreign powers that decide not to do the petro using the dollar to sell their oil.
But the petro has nothing to do with the basis.
I'm trying to explain that, right? So if the base is not there, there's U.S. they'll have less imports over there, then those countries can decide not to sell oil using the dollar. They will take payments like the RMB or whatever, right? That will the fundamental blow to the U.S. Financial system.
But they can't do that, Cosmo, because they're in the global market, oil market's gonna crash. So America, to be honest with you, I had somebody in here, I wish he was in here, let me bring him in. He'll explain to you better, it's Habibi. He's into finances as well. He explained it to me, he's like, petrodollar doesn't really matter to the Americans anymore. It could weaken it if they don't do business in petrodollars, but the thing is, a lot of people, they trust the petrodollars. And that trust hasn't broken yet, you know what I'm saying? And the rate and, whatever you want to call it, it's still steady. It's not like, it's about to collapse.
It's most secure, and you should see even our stock market, how it's valued more than our entire GDP. So there's other corporations that we're tied to. So yes, foreign nations are going to continue to trust us. Look at China. China just makes up their numbers, right? Even with the stock market. They're not trustworthy. We've actually built trust. So this is, it's not going to be something that falls easy. And plus, we have a reserve currency.
I'll give you this. So let's say those GCC countries started buying oil in Chinese yuan or yen, whatever the currency is, right? And do you know how hard it is to get the money out of China? If they cost you up to 10-20%
plus. It doesn't have much buying power. You have to convert it to US dollars.
Yeah, and plus, you have another issue. If tomorrow, let's say one of the bills or something
Just hold on.
stops it,
Yes. You just fully understand. When you said the 10% cost, what cost that cost? What is it?
I'll have to look into it. Because I had somebody in here, he was explaining it to me. The money, they will have to use Chinese yuan, right? To buy the thing. The conversion rate would actually kill it as well.
Conversion fee. Every time you convert to other currency.
What I know
So you're losing money on your dollar.
Saudi Arabia.
Why do people not understand the difference between the buying power of the US dollar versus any other currency? It'll be foreign nations hold, we talk about it, right? US dollars, not gonna just dump them tomorrow. It's impossible.
There's a reason for that, because everything is priced in dollars. So if you want to buy something, then the natural materials, then you have to get a dollar first. If this thing change, like whoever owns the natural resources say we accept RMB or
Rajma, let me ask you this. So if the Chinese government puts the money on hold, or forget the hold, if the Chinese government bans one of the denominations from the trading market, like a $20 bill, or what currency is that? 20, 50, $100 bill or something, or what 100 yuan? If they do that, you don't think there's going to be a problem in the market with the currency and whatnot? And they can't, if they start printing a whole bunch of bills, then they might have the problem with inflation as well in China. So the petrodollar system is basically a credit card. So the money gets invested into the petrodollar system, right? The petrodollar system, they're only allowed to take out 10 to 20%. The rest of it, they can invest into American corporations. And after they invest the money, and that's how they can take it out. After investing into American corporations, which benefits American corporation, and then they can take out the money. Other than that, the money stays in petrodollar, the system. And because that way America doesn't have to fucking print credit bills, otherwise we're gonna have a problem with inflation.
Well, that's
Is that
exactly says why the petrodollar is important. That's why U.S. cannot allow withdrawal of spaces.
Military base has nothing to do with petrodollar, by the way. But originally it did start in '73, I think. They're like, we have this petrodollar system, and in return we're gonna give you protection. It did, I think it did start from Saudi Arabia, but they realized they don't need to have military base to be able to do business in petrodollars.
You know that
You know what I'm
the
saying?
our base was built first, and then they asked the U.S. to come. By the way,
It's a need,
Yeah,
it's a demand, it's a supply and demand. Even it's a currency, on the currency market, it's still a supply and demand. If demand for US dollar dramatically drop, that will be an issue for the US. Okay? That will be an issue for the US and also for a lot of the US companies because I don't have to. Currently, they don't have a choice. They get a petrodollar, it's dollar denominated, and US is the biggest market, it's cycling back to the US market to invest in the stock market, right? But if they don't take the US dollar, they take the RMB, they can just buy stuff from China or do some construction. They can buy construction from China and let China build a lot of things in Saudi Arabia, in those countries. They can do that. They're not doing that is because the US has military power in that region, and the US is responsible for their security. And it's kind of you pay put it in the worst analogy, you pay a mafia some protection fee, and the mafia is supposed to protect you to do business in the long term. If you can't do business, the mafia doesn't protect you, they will ask the question, why would I pay the fee? Or I should pay somebody else who can protect me. You already see that happening, right? Pakistan is sending a squad of Chinese-made airplanes to Saudi Arabia, right? And why do they do that? It's to pay for protection. Saudi paid for protection on that. They paid Pakistan's foreign debt, right, to what's it, UAE or another country. Just strategically, U.S. will not allow to withdraw those spaces. If the U.S. withdraw those spaces, it will lose the supporting point. It will lose whole control of Hormuz. That will not be allowed. That alone will not be tolerated at all. So those are the sticking point. I'm just trying to figure out how Iran can make a win allow that, right? And at the same time, what they demand is total security in the future, right? To your point, right? If the bases still exist over there, what kind of total security they can expect?
You know what I pulled up right now? It's the top consumers to use oil, right?
Okay.
Per day, it says per day. The United States uses about 20.3 million barrels per day, approximately, right? But then it only produces what is it? 13.8 million barrels per day.
and
So
don't
we
we
have a shortfall.
export? Don't we export?
We have a shortfall of about 5 to 6 million. Let's say if Americans only rely on American oil due to Strait of Hormuz or whatever, right? And they only rely on American oil, we're still shortfall of about 6-7%. But a lot of oil comes from that we have in America. It comes from Canada as well. That's crazy, huh? 20.3 barrels a day get used up in America per day.
We're the top
America.
users. Would it be China who uses the most?
Yeah, top users. So China is number 2, 16.2.
China's number 2. What the hell? Wow. They are
so
number 1, but they're number 1 production country. We're number 2. But they have a huge population. And yet.
No, production, even production is America's number 1, by the way.
No, I'm talking about what do you call it, industry. So they're number 1 industry. I don't know what industry, industry in general, but like manufacturing in general.
Yeah, production, oil production, right?
No, but oil, obviously manufacturing, because you know some of these factories need oil, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
Number 2, and the China's number 1 for manufacturing worldwide. And they have a bill 1 point something billion dollar. But it,
but we have.
We've got
They have a lot of electric cars. Hey, they have a lot of electric cars.
Still.
Oh, we have Edward here. Edward, I want to ask you a question. Welcome back, Edward.
Thank you for having me.
We acknowledge you. We acknowledge you.
Well, hello, yeah.
Hello, Ace. How are you today?
Good, how are you, sir? How does it go today?
Busy. Work, and then having to deal with my nephew who won't leave me alone when I'm working because he wants to do my job but has no idea how to do it. It's a little bit.
Here's the question for you. Now, America, I looked into the stats. America consumes about 20 million barrels of oil per day. Okay? But America only produces 13 million barrels per day.
Yeah.
So let's say tomorrow America was to rely just on American oil, we're gonna have a shortfall of fucking 6 or 7 million barrels a day.
Yeah, that deficit is mostly coming from Saudi Arabia. We still use Saudi oil.
Yeah, but it's only less than 3 or 4%. The majority of the oil comes from Canada, isn't it?
So American oil generally needs to be mixed with Canadian oil. Like, I don't want to say all of it, I don't know, but the majority of American oil is mixed with Canadian oil in order to make a viable oil for the market. So America can't sell its oil, Canada can't sell its oil, we have to mix them together. Because one is too thick, the other one is too thin. So, we do get oil from Canada, but I don't think we get oil that we can directly use. It has to be refined with American oil. But we definitely get oil from Saudi Arabia, and even, a couple of million barrels a day is still, would we have a shortage in terms of demand? Probably not. It will be a little tight, but probably not. But the concern isn't that, or shouldn't be that, at least not now, unless something major happens. The concern is that we price our oil, obviously. When you pay for gasoline, you're paying for it based on the price of oil in the market. So, it doesn't matter if we have a lot of oil or have no oil. What you pay at the pump is going to be based on what the world demand is for oil. America is not going to subsidize it for you. Because these are private companies. They're not going to give away their oil to you, It's not like Saudi Arabia, where they directly give free gasoline or near, I think, are they state-owned, the gas stations in Saudi Arabia?
I'm not sure about now, but then, no, they were privately owned. But they were doing a share with the people.
Yeah, so they were selling it, but very cheap. So they were not selling it, based on the market, like based on, they were selling it from
Really cheap, really cheap.
And for them to do that, they couldn't go through the market. They have to do it sale inside Saudi Arabia from the Saudi company itself to the distributors for gasoline, because you can't you can't sell it for whatever price you want if you're selling it in the market. You see what I'm saying? Like here in America, if the refineries sell it directly to the gas station owners or the distributors that would distribute it to the gas station owners, then you could sell it cheaper. But they can't sell it cheaper if it's on the open market. If they're selling it on, through the market where people are buying commodities or futures contracts, and generally that's how you buy oil, and you have you can't, you're paying the futures price.
What the price went up 58 USD per liter now in fucking Saudi Arabia. Before it was like 20 cents or something.
58 cents per liter. So,
Yeah.
well, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it would go up. Well, I mean, that's what is that? That's like $1 something.
It's 365 or 375 reals per US dollar.
Oh, when you say 58, is that 58 cents?
58 US, yeah, USD, 58 cents.
So 60 cents is a liter. How many liters in a gallon?
4.
So 6 times, that's 2,040 cents. That sounds pretty high for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it is. It got high. I can't believe this shit.
But Saudi Arabia has a demand problem. Getting their oil out. Now they're getting it through the what do you call it? The pipelines. So they're 2 million barrels a day short, and that's what they export. So they probably had to pull back on consumption in their country, so people would have to pay more. So less oil available, less gasoline available in Saudi Arabia. It could also be that I don't know if Iran went after any of the refineries in Saudi Arabia. They may, maybe one of them or two of them are down. That could be a thing.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about because Benny Adam was here last week, right, or 2 weeks ago. And sometimes, when somebody says something, it hits you like later, right? So today we were talking about oil. I was talking about oil to, I think, Cosmo or something, about petrodollars. And then it hit me that, let's just look into how much does America produce per day and how much do we consume. And we consume fucking like extra 6-7 million barrels of oil per day than we can produce. So we're definitely going to have a problem. We're definitely going to have a problem.
Yeah,
We consume 20 million and we're only able to produce 13 million.
Well, keep in mind that this is complicated, and this is getting into territory I don't know much about in terms of the oil that's produced in America, in Norway, Scandinavia. I don't know if it's just Norway or there are other countries there that also have a lot of oil. The Middle East, Russia, South America, Mexico. The oil is all, it's different and it has to be standardized, but you can't standardize it 100%. So, it depends on, I don't know, like, for example, does Boeing use a specific type of fuel, jet fuel made from a specific type of oil versus Airbus? Because they're not all the same. That's why we have multiple oil markets. We have WTI, we have Brent, and we have Dubai. Those are the markets. And they all three produce different qualities and forms of oil. So now you're getting into what it's used for. So America, even though we produce a lot of oil, and probably enough for the country, it may not all be the right kind of oil that we need. There may be industries that
their oil from is just Canada. So we're even perplexity saying whatever the shortfall is 7% or so, 7 million or whatever, or 6 million. Part of that, like 52 to 62% comes from Canada. 7 to 11% comes from Mexico. Saudi Arabia gives about 7%. Iraq 4 to 5%. Brazil 3 to 4%. Others 20%. So from Canada we get about 4 to 4.7 million barrels.
You should ask. Don't we have to combine our oil with Canadian oil to make it,
Usable?
Usable, yeah. I don't know. I mean, we have to do all of it, or what the story is there.
Sure. So I heard that says no.
No.
It says no, the U.S. does not need to combine its oil with Canadian oil to make it usable. U.S. refineries routinely process both types separately and in blends, but many Gulf and Midwest facilities are specifically optimized for Canada's heavy sour crude, which complements U.S. light sweet shale oil.
Okay, ask it. Do both oils need to be combined to be useful?
Sure. Edward is saying no, doesn't need to be combined.
I mean, it's not true. I mean, this is common knowledge that they combine the oil together. Last year, that was the big thing in the news was when Trump was talking about, talking shit to Canada, and putting tariffs on Canada. At the same time, it was, and that's where I found out that Canadian oil, and Canada needs America, and America needs Canada for their oil.
Oh no, it's refining. It's refining. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but he's saying no.
Yes, they have a separate facility, Edward, they have a separate facility to refine Canadian sour oil versus our light oil. I wonder, how does it taste? I think I need to taste it. How is it sour?
Don't die now.
Sour means it has sulfur in it. It tastes like the devil.
How the fuck do they know they taste?
Well, no, I mean, they say sour, but it's not about taste. Sour means it has sulfur in it. Sweet means it doesn't have sulfur. But they, Amir's perplexity is saying no, like they don't need each other.
No,
They
they
don't
need to
blend
refine. They don't blend the oils together as refinery. So the oil that gets extracted out of Canada gets refined in the States.
They both get refined.
Yeah.
They have separate facilities. They
Yeah,
both have
that's
separate facilities.
Yeah, that's how there's that relationship.
And they bring it to the same level, Edward.
I'm asking.
So they bring the Canadian oil? Oh, you think you got a better AI, huh? You got a better AI than I have.
Oh, I see. Okay, so Alberta oil needs to be blended with American oil to be able to move it through the pipelines because it's too thick. That's before it gets to the refinery.
Okay, so it's just it has to be thinned out just to be refined. That's what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah, to go
No.
over there.
Then using it. So that's this. Like I said, this is outside of my knowledge base here.
We need to analyze the bullshitter here. And why?
Oh my God, what was he like? He was arguing yesterday, and I was like, oh, what the hell are you arguing? And I'm like, okay, let's agree to agree then, because we're not arguing. He still wouldn't stop.
Marco said that he's just a bullshitter, man.
He's, you know, he's I don't know, I think he works in, it sounds like he works in,
He works in a bank.
yeah, he probably had, you know, deals with.
He opens up accounts for people. You know, he's just like one of those accounting guys.
Are you supposed to do it with a smile? I don't picture that guy smiling a lot.
Yeah, he talks to people that are in the oil industry and then maybe opens up accounts for them. And so he learned it from like his anecdotal experience instead of doing a deep dive.
Yeah.
Because Taco did a deep dive. Taco was busy. He said I wanted to come out tonight, but I was busy working, and I looked into this, and he was just bullshitting. Alex.
Yeah. I just,
Like always.
I mean, it's you know, and it wasn't a big deal. We were literally, I forgot who the woman's name is. She's in Texas. She, you know, we were comparing prices, and she asked why the price in Texas would be different than, you know, where I am, and that's where, you know.
Hey, it was Nazi.
Nazi, yeah, and because she's in a different pad region, and then my region is different, and we don't get our oil from the same place or from the same refineries, just like California doesn't either, and you pay more in California, and we went through that. It wasn't hard to understand, but I don't know what this. And the guy was agreeing, but wanted to disagree.
Nobody likes you, dude. Nobody likes you.
That's, yeah, I know, I mean, but, oh no, Ace likes me, she gave me coin the other day. Thank you, Ace.
Nobody likes you. You're nobody.
Thanks for Ace for the coins the other day.
Your clubhouse career is over. Your clubhouse, how come you back to leave?
You know what's really fucked up? I was watching the other day Ace getting fucking coins left and right, like dollars worth of coins. One of them was $10 worth. I was like, what the fuck is this? She got 1,000 coins at one shot. You know, 25 here, 50 there, 100 there, all within an hour.
Yeah, it happens, man. It depends on the room.
No, it happens to Ace. I don't know. Who else does it happen to?
Because it's a girl. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. It's a girl. So girls, they get way more waves. They get private people.
Hold on. Intellect precedes my gender, okay, guys? Let's not fuck around with that one. Because there's some ladies in here and other places who get spit on. I'm joking. You guys just. You guys just black get freaking dragged yesterday. It was so fun and so bad.
Oh, 2 days ago, Ace, he should have been in the room. He was walking down the street, giggling and laughing about any little thing, and he's looking at puddles, and I was like, what are you on? I'm not on anything.
Celebrating Independence Day. I'm like, Independence Day? What, you motherfucker? Like, Independence Day? Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
It's so pathetic.
Yeah, the story is since 1860 up till now, these poor, tiny, little, fat, bald, hairy Jews.
You got it.
About over 20,000, 25,000 of them have been killed, these poor Jews. Oh my God. Since 1860.
Oh, really? Since 1860?
Since 1860 or 1880, these are, they fought for Zionism. They fought for Zionism. That's what he was saying on the news channel. I watched the news channel today.
Wow.
That's what this fucker was saying. Not to the other way, but to the cycle. And Argentina, like the scumbag fucking he is, the leader of Argentina, fucking bitch. He's a staunch Zionist. He was there, they appreciated it. They're like, you're always there for us. You're the best state. You're this. You're the friend of Israel.
Is it true that Danielle's second cousin?
Danielle Weiss?
No, Argentinian prime minister is apparently Netanyahu's second cousin or some shit.
Oh, really?
Here's what I want to tell you about the coin business. So I'll give you an example. I was in one of the rooms. It was very fucking ghetto as fuck. Ghetto, with about 150 people in there. A lot of girls, some of them were short, whatever. picture.
I don't know what it was like.
No, not you. I'm not saying you.
No. I do not agree with you.
I'm talking about the people on this
So
app.
that, you know, the girls always get preferential treatment the more they
That's
show
what I'm
men
saying.
this already. That's given. That's given.
Oh, look at
Okay, you're fine.
It's not shit. You blame it on me though. But it might not apply to yours truly though.
Oh, okay, I got it.
I mean, look at my picture. All I got is a Palestinian flag. Nobody wants Palestinians. I don't know.
Yeah, you want points. Don't play. You want points. Okay? You want points. Don't
I know.
How did you get? How much
Four.
you got?
So far I've collected about 5,985 already.
Get up there.
What the fuck is this? I heard GC is on Indu and coins on Clubhouse.
That's what's going on.
Only if there were Bitcoin coins. That'd be great.
See, I know, right?
They should have came out with this feature a long time ago. They're too late to the party.
This is what TikTok does. That's what they did. They copied it.
Yeah,
I have noticed though, like last week I was talking to General and he brought up, he was like, I don't know, he was talking about Israel and he was watching this show, Declassified UK, it's called or something like this, and they're saying, not that many missiles landed in Israel. And I don't know if that many actually landed, whatever. I remember going back and forth. Never heard of the show, nothing. The next day, it's in my YouTube feed. So I think they're selling our data and making money that way too. Because whatever we say gets transcribed.
Honestly, listen, data is a gold mine, okay?
It is.
I wonder if they use your voice, Edward, that would be annoying. No, your voice, your context.
Well, listen, my voice
Excuse me. You're not annoying? How about your little crash outs when you make up your...
I know. They probably make more money on my crash outs than your context.
My content is great. That's what's his name, General Doggy Breath.
Bro, that's a gear. That's what Mir says. Like he just repeats it as like a, yeah, The best is when Mir asks, was anybody happy when you were born? Was anybody happy when you were born?
It is. That sounds like a cultural thing. Something that people in the Middle East or South Asia,
Yeah.
I've never heard it before until Mir said it.
But you heard it in Punjabi, right?
No, never heard it.
No?
No. Instead of word like curse the day you were born. But not like, was it be happy when you were born? No, it's more like
The
curse.
Somalis have the best, though. The Somalis have the best insults. I mean, they insult you while you're in the womb.
Oh, I've said some things I've made up there just really bad. Like crawl back into the womb and choke yourself to death with the.
Oh, we had the person in here from Lebanon that was arguing with me yesterday. Yes, were you here? You were here?
No,
She started arguing with
Oh,
She said she knows her history more, blah, blah, blah. And it was, like, they got heated. She said she lost her house and family member in southern Lebanon. And she's from a Shia background, by the way. And she's against Iran coming in the middle, right? But then Rio supports Iran. You see what I'm saying? Like, you see, even the Shias are divided inside Iran, bro.
Lebanon needs a military.
What her point was, she said that why didn't Iran fund Lebanese military instead of fucking, giving it to militia?
Lebanese military is nothing. I mean, look at you. Use perplexity and see Lebanese
if it was an official, military. If they started with
No,
the
but,
Lebanese military, they'd have no control if they will
But Ace, what ended up happening, right? So the PLO. So I looked into it a little bit more, Edward. I went back and forth with somebody else as well at night time. Remember we were going back and forth with Lebanon?
Yeah.
So I looked into it more deeper into it. Turned out Israel was bombing their camps, the Palestinian camps inside Lebanon, right? In 1978. And then I looked into it. Why was Israel bombing the Palestinian camps in Lebanon? You know what it gave me? Apparently, PLO is responsible for a massacre.
A massacre.
Weren't they using the Christian population to bomb the camps?
So it was, Christians were siding with Israelis, right? But because Christians wanted these Palestinians out, right? And these were from the camp or refugee camp or whatever. And you had the Palestinians, they went into Israel, across the border and freaking did a massacre. They killed about 13 children on a bus.
Yeah.
And killed about 20 or 30. This was a coach massacre or something. And me and Brother Fayaz went back and forth with this. It was interesting. I learned something new. The new history of Lebanon.
Yeah, this is, Palestinians did suicide bombings too in the 90s and early 2000s.
Wait, was that a response to the Christian population of Lebanon?
No.
Oh, yeah.
So I was making the claim. I was talking to Edward about this, and even last night, I was making a claim that I blame both parties. You know what I'm saying? Imagine this. Look, I'm a Canadian American, right? Let's say Canada suppresses my family and kills my family members, right? And America, I moved to America, they take me as asylum seeker, okay? They take me as asylum seeker. I'm living in a camp or whatever in America. And, they gave me whatever home, whatever, and I have some rights in America, and I can move freely, live freely, whatever. Imagine I pick up a fucking rocket, right, and I shoot across the border into Canada. Now, what are the consequences are going to be? Canada not only will attack me, will even attack my neighbor or my next door neighbor if they shoot a rocket or a bomb or something to come after me. You see what I'm saying? So I actually put the blame on both parties.
Was the
because
attack unprovoked?
So Jordan, what I learned from Edward, and I actually verified this as well, Jordan kicked the Palestinian resistance fighters out, and Israel would not allow them to go back to West Bank. They were from the West Bank, Palestinians. So Lebanon took them as asylum seekers. To seek asylum, they allowed them in there. You see what I'm saying? So they got there, and they started, the first attack they did was a massacre. And do you know when they did the massacre, Edward?
The Palestinians?
Yes, the PLO in 1978, there was a Kosh massacre. The reason why they did, I looked into the reason, it was done due to Egypt was normalizing with Israel. Okay? They wanted to divert that and to get the occupation removed from the Palestinians.
Yeah, we were hijacking planes. I think we invented plane hijacking, if I'm not mistaken. Seriously. But it was, but the thing is, Lebanon did not invite us in to Lebanon as asylum seekers. They actually were not even asked. Palestinians were forced into Lebanon.
Right, but then you were able to live and move freely inside Lebanon, correct?
No, most jobs were not available to Palestinians. They segregated Palestinians. They weren't very nice Palestinians at all. Even today, the Palestinians, most of them don't have Lebanese citizenship, even though they've grown up there for generations now.
Yeah, it's like Saudi Arabia, right? Me living in Saudi Arabia, they wouldn't give you citizenship. Yeah. They treat you as a second or third class citizen.
Yeah, but it's, you can still work.
It's like a Kabbalah system, right? Like a Kabbalah system. No, even the jobs. Edward, when I was living in Saudi Arabia, we were limited to the jobs. Well, we couldn't even own a pickup truck, by the way, in Saudi Arabia, because it falls like a commercial.
So, Palestinians in Lebanon, they're in refugee camps, and they contribute around, GDP says around 10% us for being Sunni, and the Christians hated us for being Muslim.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say they were nice, but then you were still allowed, like inside Lebanon. Otherwise, if they wanted to, they could have grabbed your bag and kicked you out of Lebanon.
No, they couldn't. They had no control.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So they let you coexist. They let you live in.
They didn't. No, they were abusing Palestinians left and right. Now, you look at the history of Lebanon. It's not a nice history towards Palestinians for no reason. It's not like Palestinians did anything to the Lebanese people, but then the animosity, kicked in, and Shias and Christians already hated each other, and Sunnis, they were, I think, a minority, so, but the Shias and Christians, and then now you have more Sunnis moving in, so both the Shias and Christians hated them. Nobody, they were worse in Lebanon than they were in the West Bank. At least the West Bank, you could move around and you could work, you could do stuff, but in Lebanon, you were last. They didn't have, Lebanese came first. And that, Christians,
moved to Syria?
huh?
That some of the Palestinians have moved to Syria?
Yeah, Syria treated actually, not Assad, obviously, his father, was very good to Muslims or Arabs in general, regardless of their religion, and treated Palestinians very well, but treated others very well too, like refugees. Syria would take in refugees and take care of them.
Massacre from some Christian faction, and they massacred a lot of Palestinians. It was a Christian faction massacred some Palestinians, didn't they? Forget what it's called.
Oh, it's not Branch of Philo.
Yeah.
And then the Civil War broke out. Christians bombed a bus full of Palestinians, and then the Civil War started. Israel was backing the Christians with military aid, and then, as Israel came into Lebanon, and the pretense was to get the Palestinians, to get all the Palestinians, and to kick them out of Lebanon, which they did. They kicked the PLO out of Lebanon. But it was Christian. They committed multiple atrocities in Lebanon, not just against the Palestinians, but against others too. The Christians, a lot of Sunnis, a lot of Shias, and other Christians actually, because the Christians didn't get along with each other, and that's why you have a divided Lebanon today. And no one protecting. Hezbollah. I wouldn't mind seeing Hezbollah. To train the Lebanese army, but the Lebanese army is so informal. It's almost like a militia. They need to be retrained from the ground up to be an army. But at the same time, they're not allowed weapons anyways.
What army isn't allowed? What's the hell?
Like they have like machine guns. They have grenades and some APC carriers. I think they may have some things. I'm not sure. But what they have is old and so ragtag that it's just and the discipline. It doesn't take much to be in the Lebanese army. It's not an army that's ever fought anyone or done anything. It's really for show. It's very small. It's basically for show. And they're not allowed to have air defense weapons. Why don't they have air defense for their people? If they had air defense.
They're not allowed.
The U.S. and Israel. Yeah, not allowed. If they had air defense,
the Cairo Agreement in 1969. So Palestinian refugees numbering around 300,000 by 1975 lived in camps under strict Lebanese control until clashes in 1968 to 69 led to 69 Cairo Agreement. This deal granted Palestinian rights to work, self-governance in camps, and armed struggle against Israel. But it was resented by many Lebanese groups, particularly Christians, who saw it as creating a state within a state.
Yeah, it was creating a state within the state, but the Lebanese didn't want Palestinians there to begin with. So they couldn't work, they couldn't do anything. So they had to create an economy for themselves within the economy.
Yeah, so the Cairo Agreement came about in 69, and then the rising tensions, camps were heavily policed by Lebanese intelligence, Dusimi Bureau until the 19th, allowing PLO autonomy but fueling sectarian strife. PLO raids on Israel from Lebanon prompted Israeli reprisals, destabilizing the country and heightening anti-Palestinian sentiment among Christian militias.
Lebanon, like you just said, heavily patrolled the refugee camps. And who they patrolled them for? It was for Israel. So when the Palestinians said no, like get the fuck out of here, and got rid of the Lebanese intelligence. They call them intelligence, but these are just armed thugs. And they got rid of them, and Israel said, "Oh, okay." Israel wanted Palestinians in their own prison, like they have them in the West Bank and in Gaza. They wanted the same thing in Lebanon. That's what they wanted, and the Lebanese were more than happy to oblige. But we don't blame the Lebanese people, you know. See that?
In the 1975 Lebanese Civil War erupted partly from these frictions with the Alangist militias massacring Palestinians, as in the Ain al-Ramani bus ambushes sparked their conflict. Massacres like Tel al-Zata in 1976 killed thousands of Palestinians, showing brutal treatment by right-wing Lebanese forces. The Lebanese forces are by Christian, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Christians rule.
There's a lot of history in this Lebanon thing, and
yes, the history of the Lebanese civil war, the presence of Palestinian refugees in Lebanon has a very, very intricate history that discerning through that history is, for someone who's novice and does not know the history, wouldn't really understand it. And yes, the civil war in Lebanon was pretty much the result of the presence of Palestinians, the Palestinian refugees, the presence of the PLO. But everyone tends to forget that the Palestinians are there because they are refugees, and they start blaming the Lebanese government or the Lebanese extremist phalangist people. But those are refugees who are Palestinians, and their presence on Lebanese soil created a lot of issues and a lot of problems. And yes, the Lebanese phalangists did resent the presence of Palestinians, but also the Palestinians have a very long history in Lebanon in terms of characters who pretty much carried out a lot of the Lebanese economy over the years are Palestinian stock. So the history is very crowded. It's not easy to understand. Lebanon is a small country with many factions. So when you talk about it, sometimes you get to you really have to understand where who is who came from where, and so on. And Lebanon has always been the playground for influence in the region.
But let me ask you this question. I asked this question yesterday. In 1978, if the PLO would not have attacked Israeli side, like the bus attack that happened in 78, right? That killed about, 10, 15 children. These were all Israelis. And, 10 or 20 or 30 adults or whatever. If they would not have done this attack, do you think that still would have occupied, Israel would have occupied Lebanon.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. But look, you guys need to understand that Israel is in the business of exterminating Palestinians incrementally. Okay, so they keep, killing Palestinians wherever they can find, wherever they can get away with it, they will always go after them. So, if you want to follow the history, now the presence of the PLO in Jordan in the early 70s created, this big friction with the Jordanian government. Eventually, the PLO and the PLO fighters ended up being moved from Jordan to Lebanon, and that's another whole chapter, of the Palestinian armed struggle or armed resistance takes place. Did Palestinians create a promise for the Lebanese government? Yeah, they did. Of course they did. Did they create promise for the Jordanian government? Yes, they did. But you always have to go and point back to Israel. The refugees are the direct results of the creation of Israel. So you can't blame the Palestinians. You have to think about why are those people in there in the first place.
No, but okay, as a neutral party, what I'm saying is the Palestinians were not Lebanese, right? Palestinians were refugees, right, at these camps inside Lebanon. Right? So they attacked from the sovereign nation called Lebanon into Israel.
Yes.
So when you attack from a sovereign nation to another sovereign nation, that sovereign nation is going to attack. Like if I were to...
Yes, of course. Yes.
So I put the blame on both parties.
Okay,
How can you blame Palestinians when Palestinians were forced to be there and forced out of their land and they're fighting?
The consensus in the early 60s was for the Arab, the Arab countries around Palestine is to support the Palestinian resistance pretty much. So the Cairo, if you mentioned the Cairo agreement in which the Lebanese government agreed to have, Palestinians on its soil, but I think later on they
regretted.
They also passed laws in which they denied the Palestinians. And also, there's a philosophy amongst those countries like Lebanon and Jordan in which we don't want to grant those people citizenship in our country because we would like them to go back to their homeland. That was the philosophy. And the other part is where other powers in the region and outside the region use the PLO as a card. Jordan used the Palestinians and the Palestinian refugees. We have the longest line with the enemy, with the Zionists, and they piggyback on the backs of the Palestinian refugees and so on and so forth. So they've used it as a ball, like a kicking ball around, to kick around. But did the presence of Palestinians in Lebanon create a problem for Lebanon? Yes. The PLO presence, the PLO became powerful in both Jordan and Lebanon because the PLO's idea was to do the arms struggle and attack Israel, to liberate.
Right, Rich. That's what I was saying. So if I'm looking at it from the attack side, who attacked, from what side? And the 78, what they did with the bus massacre, right, the PLO. If we look into the reasoning was Egypt was going to normalize shit with Israel, right? Egypt was going to Israel due to the Sinai, right? They wanted the Sinai back. In return, they wanted to recognize Israel, and that's what Egypt did. So, and then the other reason was to get the occupation removed from the Palestinians on the inside, in the West Bank and Gaza, whatever. So those were the reasons why they did what they did in '78, the bus massacre. I'm just looking at it from the bus massacre. I know people were oppressed and suppressed. The Lebanese did not treat them right and this and that. But at the same time, you're attacking from a sovereign nation, you see what I'm saying? And that's the part that we just...
It's not ethically wrong. What Palestinians did is not or ethically or morally wrong.
Because you're talking about a bus massacre that was committed in Lebanon on Lebanese.
Yeah, it was 78.
Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, it must have been. I don't know. I mean, I'm not familiar with this particular.
No, Israelis, right? It was an Israeli bus, right?
Yeah, it was an Israeli bus. They killed 13 children, 10 to 13 children.
Yeah, but this stuff used to happen all the time. I know.
No, but what I'm saying is, there's these events, like they did not want Egypt to normalize, right? That reason, and then they wanted to get the occupation rule of the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza.
What year was this supposed to take?
78.
Around the same time that Egypt and Israel are having talks about normalizing and the Sinai.
Yes, I don't remember this. I don't know this.
During the Sinai talks?
Why, I remember the Sinai talks, I remember it. But I don't remember the specific, attacking a bus in and killing 32 children. I don't know.
13.
No, not 32, it was 13 or 15 children. Let me put the link in the chat. Hold on.
At the time, too, Lebanon was having problems and they blame the Palestinians, but it's not all Palestinians that have destabilized, Lebanon. It was ruled by Christians, and the population itself was growing and and the Shia Muslims and Sunnis together, but mostly Shia, were getting more, there were more...
It's called the Coastal Road Massacre. It killed 38 Israeli civilians, which included 13 children, and wounded over 70 others.
Yeah, this one I'm not familiar. I don't remember. But this stuff used to happen all the time, yes.
No, but this was in response to the recognition by Egypt, state. Egypt was going to recognize Israel as a state, and they wanted to occupy and remove. What I'm saying is if they're on a nation, they're not on a Palestinian land, they're on a Lebanese land, even though they were getting treated like shit by Lebanon, officials, the Christian side, the Shia side, whatever. But at the same time, when you attack from that country into another country, when you know that demonic country will fucking take over your land and occupy and kill people, I don't know, that's where I do put a little bit of blame on Palestinians and Israelis.
How can you blame the people that were massacred and displaced multiple times, and Israel consistently went after and bombed?
If you really want to look
I'm talking about the early
if you want to look into the intricate history of mayhem in Lebanon, the atrocious stuff that used to take place in Lebanon in terms of during the Civil War.
It's after. Civil War is after. I'm talking about this is happening in 70.
You're talking about this very particular incident, which was in response to Egypt trying to recognize Israel as a state.
Yes.
Yeah, it's possible. I just don't see the the process.
And then they occupied the land in 82.
Yeah, they invaded Lebanon to basically chase the PLO out of Lebanon.
Yeah. So that was one of the incidents that triggered them to occupy Lebanon as well. That was one of the points as well. So during the bus massacre. And I'll put the link in the chat for you guys. Hold on, let me see.
But do Zionists really need a reason to occupy?
But look, I'll give you guys a pushback, okay? I'm gonna be the devil's advocate here. So they always bring up this point that there's certain things that the Palestinians did. Now, if they wanted to, they could have normalized, like we have normalization with Jordan and Egypt. The Zionists, they always bring up this point, right? If you watch like YouTube videos or whatever, you listen to it, right, from both sides, they'll bring up this point. If Palestinians did not do any kind of these attacks, we could have had normalized relationships with Lebanon and other places.
People who steal your shit.
Israel had no intention of normalizing.
Yeah, but that's Egypt, right?
Egypt got their shit back. Egypt got the Sinai back.
I know it was a different story with Palestine completely. Their situation is completely
I'm talking about Lebanon as a sovereign nation. It's not
what does Lebanon have to do with Palestine? So if it's a full accident of race.
I'm not talking about race. I'm not addressing the Gaza. The Palestinians live in Gaza and the West Bank. I'm not blaming them. I'm not blaming them. I'm blaming the PLO in the history, they did the attack in '78, the massacre, the bus massacre that happened in '78. In return, Israel decided to occupy Lebanon, a sovereign nation. That's not a Palestinian land. You know what I'm saying? That's they were
trying to
refugees.
say, you're trying to say that that particular military activity by the PLO against this bus, this school bus, was the trigger behind the invasion of Lebanon by Israel. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's very possible. I lived through that war. Okay, I know that war in and out. Okay.
Right.
But let me 1 second, please.
Arafat's presence in Lebanon in 1980, 82, 83. I was a young kid, but I lived through that thing. But you were talking about the history of Lebanon and the presence of Palestinians in Lebanon and the massacres and the civil war and so on. So that's why I was saying that the history of Lebanon and the Palestinians is extremely intricate, and it did trigger the civil war and so on.
Right. No, I got you. Yes, Muhammad, did you want to say something, bro?
No, I was just saying that, I'm not trying to be facetious here, but what rule book tells us how the Palestinians should resist? I mean, when your country is occupied, right, and you're being kicked out of your land, I think, the only expression that comes to mind here is mountain action by any means possible. And that's exactly what the Palestinians did. Although I do not, like you and I talked yesterday, I do not completely buy, and I still have to research this, completely buy into the story that the Palestinians did. It is that, because the time frame is just not enough. But we're really, when you think about it, does Israel really need an excuse, a reason to go into Lebanon and decimate all the Palestinians? Second,
No, it doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. It occupies the wood.
but last thing I'd like to say, and I'll turn my mic off, is the time, Algeria was occupied for 130 years, right?
Yeah.
The
By France,
Algerian resistance used Morocco as a launch pad to a lot of their resistance activities, especially in the northeastern part of the country. My grandparents and my parents happen to be from that area, and we have family members that have died because of that. I'll tell you something, I couldn't be more prouder of my country having allowed the Algerian resistance to be active in that area. That's what you do to a fucking occupier. That's not just a colonizer. I keep on making this distinction. France was a colonizer. Israel is a fucking settler colonial entity. You know what that means? They want the land, but they don't want the people. In other words, they want it delivered free of all occupants, just like when you buy a house. So that's the difference I'd like to say.
I hear you, Muhammad. They're the occupier, they're this. But what I'm saying is, look, I'm making the argument for the occupation that happened in '82. What triggered it? What events happened that triggered it? You know what I'm saying? Eagle, what's your take? Eagle is Israeli. Let's see what his point is.
The objective of the invasion of Lebanon was in '82 was to push out PLO from Lebanon because they attacked Israel from South Lebanon. That's the big story.
And how about
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. So that's 9%, but what about all the other military?
No, you're talking about 80. You're talking about 82.
Let's talk about so you're talking about B, but there was also, if you guys look back at the 61 to 62, there was military excursions into Lebanon by Israel. Slowly, it wasn't official occupation the way they did after 78, but they already started their aggression in the early 1960s. It was bound to happen. They just needed a perfect excuse. Just October 7 was a perfect excuse, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. There was no, Israel was not was not occupied Lebanon before 82.
Or military attacks upon Lebanese people.
You were actually attacking before the PLO was there. Before the PLO was there, Israel was attacking.
No, absolutely no. No.
Yes. No, you didn't attack the Beirut airport? No?
All the attack,
We could look that up.
all the attack then were against PLO, not against Palestinian groups, not only PLO, also other Palestinian groups. But they were not, we have never any conflict with Lebanon. We had conflict with the Palestinians in Lebanon. We used Lebanon as a base to attack Israel.
So how about the airport attack in Lebanon? Israeli El Al jet was attacked in Greece, and Israel then attacked and destroyed civilian aircraft, commercial aircraft, in or at Beirut airport. That's before the Palestinians started attacking it.
What year?
1968.
1968? I really don't know what you're talking about. We'll check. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just looked it up just to confirm the year.
You say what happened in 1968, Edward?
There was an attack. I don't know if it was by Palestinians or what, but Lebanon wasn't involved. It was in Greece on an El Al.
Maybe, but I don't recall.
Airliner.
I don't know.
And then Israel attacked Beirut airport, even though Lebanon condemned and said that they had nothing to do, or no one on their soil had anything to do with the attack. Israel went and destroyed Lebanese airliners, civilian airliners, and at the airport. This is before the PLO got to Israel. Lebanon. Before they attacked, they started attacking.
It's strange because there was never any conflict, any claim between the
It is strange. Why does Israel attack people on the fucking blue? It's very strange.
We have no conflict with Lebanon. We have no dispute, except Sherafat, which is small area, which is disputed also with Syria. Because Syria also see it as part of Syria. But no dispute with Lebanon. It never was.
Yal, are you familiar with Operation Wooden Leg? Are you?
No, I don't have.
The airstrike, the Israeli airstrike on the PLO leadership in Tunisia.
Yes, of course.
October 1st, 1985. You think that's legitimate? You think that's justified?
I think they were enemies.
Really? And you go into the sovereign country and hit them there, right?
They acted violently against Israel.
Where?
They were not innocent.
I'm actually looking this up. I didn't know about this. So in Tunisia, 1985 in Tunisia, the Israeli October 1st, they attacked Israel back.
We were at war with them at this time, and the war was
Okay. So
both sides.
So Israel attacked because of a separatist attack where 3 Israelis were killed, but the PLO denied responsibility for that attack. But Israel still went into Tunisia and attacked the Palestinians in Tunisia. And
I don't recall the details. No.
Israel's actions. So the UN Security Council said that this violates Tunisia's sovereignty. So I mean, that sounds like there was no proof that.
At that time, there were violent acts on both sides, and it was a war. And the war was usually, and the one who started, anyway, it was a war. No matter who started. PLO was in war, with PLO and other Palestinian organizations were in war with Israel.
So what
and attacked Israel in many.
I wouldn't call it a war. I wouldn't call it a war. If you have the army and the other people don't, it's not a war. See, this is where, Amir, I really disagree with you here. Israelis already do not take responsibility for anything. And shifting blame away from they do and putting it on Palestinians, I don't think it's fair. They should take responsibility for their own actions. If Palestinians attack civilians, then Palestinians.
Edward, I'm not going based on their disgusting claim. I'm looking at the history myself. Hey, but I'm looking at the history myself.
But if they attack, if they do something wrong, then you say they did something wrong.
No. I put the blame on both parties.
You can't put the blame on anyone else for something that someone else did. If you went off and killed somebody and you did so because I pissed you off, somebody can't say, well, Edward, it's your fault too a little bit here because you pissed me off.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Okay, so I gave this example yesterday. Canada, I got 2 passports, right? Let's say Canada suppresses my family, kills my family member, occupies it, whatever. And I go, I run away or I get pushed into America and America takes me in, or whether they don't take me in, they treat me like shit as a refugee in America, okay? And I have to live, I'm segregated, whatever, but I'm in America. I'm in a different nation, sovereign nation. Now, if I were to, shoot any fucking rocket from America into Canada, not only will it fight back, attack me, it will attack the neighbors that live next door to it.
Yeah, so who do you blame for attacking the neighbors, purposely going after other people?
So it happened on a sovereign nation. Canada is a sovereign nation. America is a sovereign nation. So I would put the blame on both parties because I'm on a sovereign nation and I'm trying to fight back. I'm not allowed to have to abide, even according to some, I have to respect the laws of the land. You see what I'm saying? The laws of the land tell me I can't fucking shoot rockets and it's illegal according to US laws. You see what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, Edward, 1 second.
Yeah.
There are laws in place. I mean, in event, except the anecdote that you just cited, there are laws in place where America would ask them to extradite you, to bring you back into the country so you can be judged to the full extent of the law. The thing is that Israel thinks that it can take law into it takes things into its own hands with complete and utter disregard to any laws that adjudicate relationships, be it domestically or internationally. That is the thuggery that we're talking about here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I put the link in the chat. I actually want to hear your opinion, right? Look at this link. It's called Coastal Road Massacre. After the PLO did this massacre to the Israelis in 78, what action do you expect for Israelis to do to the Lebanese people or to you? What action?
Why would you expect that they should be doing something to the Lebanese?
Because because it's a sovereign nation. You just did an illegal act from a sovereign nation.
So you have the right to go and attack innocent people? You don't have that right. Israel doesn't have that right.
That's what PLO did.
PLO did something wrong by attacking a bus of civilians.
And PLO was running out of Lebanon.
What? So?
PLO was running this.
What Israel has done and does in Lebanon is on PLO. That's on Israel. It's Israel's responsibility to conduct themselves in accordance to international law. You said we have to follow the law. And also not go after Israel.
They're Palestinians and Lebanese.
Yeah, but if they go to the Lebanese, then that's Israel deciding to do this, not Palestinians.
Okay, so 1978 massacre, and then you have the other rocket attacks as well into Israel from Lebanon. I mean, you know, you would expect Israel to fight back.
Yeah, they fight the Palestinians.
No.
They not only they fought the Palestinians, they even killed over the Lebanese, and then
Yeah, but that's on them, right? I mean, that's on them.
No, but it was Palestinians started from a nation that they're not from.
But that's not how life works, you know?
They started from a nation that they're not from.
That's not how life works, though. That's not how the world works.
So you're saying, okay, let me get this straight. If a Palestinian gets kicked out and migrates to America, and he starts shooting rockets from America, you think that's how life works, Edward?
Yeah, well, yeah, life does work that way.
Yes, you can't do that.
Yes, you can. Whose laws? Whose laws are
International law.
Okay, we don't go by international
And you
law.
have to respect the laws of the land, even from Muslim
We don't
paradigm.
have to. No, from the Muslim paradigm, we don't have to respect the laws of the land the way that you're saying that we do.
You live in America. No, if they get kicked out, right? If a Palestinian gets kicked out of their land and moves to America, I mean, gets kicked out of America, America takes a Palestinian as a refugee. You're saying that the Palestinian that's living in America as a refugee can shoot a rocket into Israel.
I'm saying America might say that that's illegal, and that's fine.
Not only America, even international law would say that.
Okay, but doesn't international law also say that Canada can't go and attack other people, like Americans that have nothing to do with the people that shot the rocket?
Yes.
Okay, so the change that on
All parties would be blamed, Edward.
No, not both parties.
Yeah, both parties.
Are you going to question that
Not in court.
the Palestinians' right to resist militarily when they are present as refugees in a different country?
Inside Gaza, inside West Bank, East Jerusalem, I agree. Right to resist, no problem. In Lebanon, it's a sovereign nation.
Okay, I'll give you a scenario. Listen, so Palestinians are living in refugee camps and they're bombed every day and they're killed every day in Lebanon. What do you do?
If they're but the incident that I brought up, Jinder, that's a massacre that happened. That was done by PLO.
I understand. Yes, I understand.
There was no bombing. They bombed it right after they did the massacre. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem I have.
There was a consistent agreement from the Lebanese government and other governments to allow the Palestinians to operate militarily from their lands to liberate Palestine. You get it? But yes, of course, committing a heinous act of killing children of us, it's hard. It's fucking harsh. It's not pleasant. It's not good. It's horrible. It's a massacre, yes. But the Palestinians did commit those acts, trying to resist or poke at the occupation of Israel and so on. So, is it legitimate? Is it justified? I mean, is it legitimate? Maybe, but justified? Maybe not. Israel did respond harshly to and by invading Lebanon to root out the presence of PLO fighters in Lebanon. Yes, that happened.
Gender, when you're occupying land, right? You kind of forfeited any rules. I reserve the right to resist in any way possible. I'm sorry, yes, bombing a box, what have you, it's hard.
No, it really doesn't work like that, brother.
But here, that is, and this blatant that is where the whole story started. We gotta go back a little bit. We can't just be stuck in one incident. But let me go back to your
History plays a role, Muhammad. For me, 7th of October did not start the history. History started 47.
Exactly.
So that's why when it comes out to the occupation, right now they're under occupation again. By who? By Israel. And I'm looking at it, how did it happen? What happened in this? What happened in this? What happened in this?
But I'm going to go use your own logic.
Sure.
Let's say for the sake of argument, that what the Palestinians did from Lebanese land is wrong, right? I mean, logically, legally speaking, who should prosecute them? In Lebanon for violating their laws?
right now. In Mexico, drug cartels, right? America goes in there, you know, it cooperates with the other authorities, goes in there and shoots them down, correct?
We already know that America is against.
Yeah. So America cooperates with the, I would say, Mexican authorities and, you know, goes after the drug cartel members.
Mm-hmm.
So back then, Christian Lebanese, the one that were in power, they cooperated with Israeli to go in there and literally they were celebrated. Did you know that they celebrated? There's a lot of people in Lebanon, they celebrated when Israel came to occupy Lebanon because they hated the PLO.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So because there's a lot of context to it that, you know, I would suggest people to look into the context. Because if the Lebanese, native Lebanese, they celebrated, which shows they did want Israel to come in and take these people out.
No context gives Israel the right to violate another country's stuff.
If the Lebanese government is working with the Zionist scumbags, then they're cooperating with it. Even right now, how do you think the ceasefire happened? It happened because of Iran and Lebanese government. They're about to do a round of talks, I think, a second time.
That's what I said to Mongoose yesterday. I told him, your problem is not Hezbollah, your problem is your government. Because I'll tell you what, every single scumbag of your government has appeared on the Panama Papers. They have taken millions of dollars offshore. Okay, well, you're sitting there telling you, look, and distracting you, telling you, look at Hezbollah just because of all the problems. Because the problem is these people you would like to office, not Hezbollah.
Yeah.
Look at the Panama Papers. Look at the most number, the most people that appeared on that document were from Lebanon. All former and current government officials.
Let's see. Yeah, we can just agree to disagree, man. It's because when I look into the history, just that's how I'm able to make sense of it. It's hard for me to, because Lebanon is under occupation right now, and people in Lebanon are very divided.
The Christians hated the Palestinians and Muslims in general. So it wasn't like Islamic law would prevail when it comes to following the laws of the land, or the rulers in this case in Lebanon. And resistance is different than, someone what's the word, like being treasonous against the state. And most Muslims view Palestinian resistance as a moral form of resistance against Israel. But Israel, that doesn't mean Palestinians can kill civilians. At the same time, though, Israel can't kill civilians either.
Hold on for a second. Amir, are you saying, sorry, that what the occupation of Lebanon is facing, the root cause is what happened in 78?
So
That's kind of stretching it.
Hezbollah came about, I understand, Hezbollah came about in 1982.
Yeah, the response to the attack behind.
Yeah, because it was under occupation.
Yeah, exactly.
And Hezbollah fought for so many years to get rid of this occupation authority. So they occupied originally in 1982, and due to the threats coming in from Lebanon from PLO. Right?
When did the threats end, Amir? What year was it that the PLO had nothing to do with Lebanon and actually rocked us from Lebanon?
And look, I'm looking at it from 1978, the first mass.
And when did it end?
What?
When did the PLO stop their aggression?
When did PLO stop? They tried to get rid of it. The Lebanese, the disgusting Zionist criminal state came in and they tried to get rid of the PLO.
And it succeeded, right?
And from PLO. No, they weren't succeeded. Because the PLO, I think PLO got pushed back and Hezbollah came in power.
No, PLO left.
Hezbollah started the,
They left to Tunisia.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. PLO left or whatever, and you had Hezbollah came in power. Hezbollah took charge, and Hezbollah's been running it. Hezbollah's Lebanese.
But is it reasonable to say the 78 what the PLO has done is we know that Israel, when it comes to being proportionate, they don't know how to do that. They don't care. So is it reasonable at 2026, 1978, that those things still follow through? That's just a very weak.
Why was Hezbollah established?
I know because of the, hold on for a second. So Israel can go and bolster up its borders for security all day long, but it cannot go and build buffer zones and take over people's land under the guise of buffer zones.
You're
That's
talking
completely
about
utter
it today.
bullshit.
You're talking about right now. We're talking about
Yeah, but
1970s.
I know, but they can't do that then either. You're not allowed to.
No, I know, but we're talking about 1970s.
I know, but they're not allowed to.
Look, the things that happened, that's how the Hezbollah came out of the things that happened, because of the occupation that happened, because of the incident that took place.
Yeah, but
I
is it
put it in the
reasonable?
chat.
Is it reasonable? As long as
No, but the massacre is reasonable? Come on, man.
It's not reasonable. I mean, hold on for a second. The massacre isn't fucking reasonable. But are we gonna say that now Israel has a right to go and annex people's land and occupy innocent people's?
No, I'm not saying any of this.
No,
I condemn all of
it's
this.
not reasonable. It's not
I
reasonable.
know it's not reasonable, but that's how Hezbollah was established in
I know,
1982.
but Amir, it's not reasonable for Israel to take such big actions.
Did I say it's reasonable? It's not.
I know, but I know it's not.
But hang on. If the Lebanese government works with the Israeli government, right? That's a government giving permission to the Zionist entity to go and do what they like. Yesterday we had this woman in here. This woman, she's from Lebanon. Okay? She co-mods with the Israelis. She loves the Zionist scumbags. I even called her out. She's from a Shia Muslim background. Okay? I used to be friends with her a long time ago. I stopped fucking following her. I'm like, fuck this fucking bitch. I hate fucking Zionist scumbags, right? And this woman, she came in here with a fucking anonymous name, and I realized what the real name is. And I called her with the real name yesterday. And she's like, maybe you're gonna call me the real name. I'm like, yeah, what are you gonna do? And this woman, she's like, we don't want Iran speaking on her behalf. And even Rio said this. Rio said people, even amongst the Shia Muslims, they're divided. They don't want Iran influence. The government wants to dismantle Hezbollah. And when the leader of Lebanon went to the White House to make the deal of ceasefire, some sort of it with Israel, Hezbollah shouted at that leader. And then the leader, had to come back or whatever. And do you know that one of the Sunni presidents or something of Lebanon, do you know Edward? He actually served in the ICJ. He was the president of ICJ, by the way.
Yeah, I know. He stepped down to.
It's like a small world. It's a small world.
Well, they gave him that position to get him off the ICJ because he was pro-Palestinian, and but the Japanese, I think it's a Japanese guy now that took his place on the board. They elected him as president, and he is even more pro-Palestinian. So it didn't work, but it was a Zionist plot. I understand what you're saying, Amir, but I think, the right moral path is to put blame on, whoever did something wrong, directly wrong. Like if Palestinians killed children, then you would say that would be wrong.
They did. The massacre that happened. That's what I'm saying. It's wrong. That's wrong.
Okay. But you can't
That's why
say...
I'm putting partial blame on...
No, you can't. Hold on. So it's not, you can't say it's Israel's fault that Palestinians killed children. If Palestinians killed children, that's on those Palestinians that killed the children.
Okay, what was their motivation behind the massacre, Edward?
Well, whatever the motivation is, you can't kill children.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if they kill children, I have to call it spade a spade. I'm not
arguing. I don't understand this. I'm not arguing. I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing that it is immoral and it's against Islamic principles to kill children. So Palestinians should not kill children. responsibility for these children being killed. No, you can't kill the children. You gotta have the same
I condemn both sides. I put the blame on both sides.
No, you can't put it on both sides. Not together. You put the blame on each incident, like each action. Israel did X, then that's Israel's fault. Palestinians did Y, that's Palestinians' fault.
PLO, not only they did this massacre, they were shooting rockets from southern Lebanon.
Okay, but shooting rockets is fine. There's nothing wrong with shooting rockets.
Edward,
Sovereign nation.
to what Amir is saying, in that instance, what the PLO did was unequivocally wrong. We can't deny it. What's happening today?
I don't say, I wouldn't argue that. I'm saying it was wrong.
They're both wrong. They're both
No, that's
absolutely wrong.
That's not what I'm saying.
Now we cannot blame Palestine, PLO, anybody for what the fuck Israel's doing right now.
Even back then, if Israel went off and killed,
killing 13 children.
who's justifying it? I literally like 3 times took responsibility for it. Like said,
You have responsibility for a unit of
I condemned it. As a Palestinian, generally speaking, I'm taking responsibility for it. However, I will not take responsibility for Israel then coming after that and then killing children.
Them for coming in. That's what I'm saying.
We can't say that.
PLO
has an excuse. They don't have a fucking excuse.
I condemn PLO for doing this massacre and shooting rockets into Israel.
Okay,
From a
why
sovereign
the
nation.
PLO for shooting rockets?
From a sovereign nation, the nation doesn't belong to that.
Where do you get this from? Like that we're not allowed to shoot rockets from a sovereign nation into Israel.
Edward, I gave you this example. If
in America, and I told you in America,
if a Palestinian gets kicked out of, forget America. If a Palestinian gets kicked out of Palestine, and Saudi Arabia takes him in, okay? Saudi Arabia takes him in and treats him like shit as a refugee, whatever, blah blah blah. Now, then, does he have the right to fucking build a rocket and shoot a rocket from Saudi Arabia into Israel?
yes. Yes, of course. Palestinians have the right to resist no matter where they are.
No,
inside,
if they're under occupation, inside, because you're on a sovereign, you're in a different nation now.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where these. It doesn't matter where these international lines are wrong.
International law plays a role, bro.
Well, we're not following international law. Didn't you just say that Israel also committed violations? They went after civilians in Lebanon?
Yes, they both committed violations.
Okay, so we're not following international law.
Yeah, but why aren't you following international law?
Why aren't I following it?
Yes.
I'm following laws.
Edward, so hold on a second. So when the U.S. has been using its bases to attack Iran, right? Even though they're allowed to, don't we say it's reasonable for Iran to go and get rid of those bases because
It's allowed according to international law. It's allowed.
No. If these are these are like bases of this country, you're allowed to use them. Now, if this is not a base, you can't have like, let's say, Iran show up in like, I don't know, New Jersey, and then go freaking shoot rockets over to like Canada. You can't do that. That's bizarre.
Look, you view this as a zero-sum game and international law and so on and so forth. I mean, of course, the Palestinians, some factions did commit acts of, pure terrorism, okay? You can't say no, because, planting a bomb in a bus station or carrying an act like you said, the massacre of school children on a bus. Of course, those are acts of violence that are horrendous. But you can't look at this in a zero-sum game. Look at the Palestinians' presence in Lebanon. Do they have the right to go and commit those kinds of acts against their tormentors, the occupation of their country? So yes, there are incidents in which Palestinians did commit acts that are horrendous. But you're looking at those in terms of, remember, the PLO and its factions were committed to the idea of so-called armed struggle, meaning carrying out, military operations and so on and so forth, at which, victims, they will be victims and innocent victims. And so, yes, I'll give you, those are horrendous acts of,
from Lebanon into Israel, and Israel retaliates by killing civilians and not going after, or going after the people that shot the rockets, and going after civilians as well that are Lebanese, then you have to say that that's Israel's, responsibility. If you want Palestinians to take responsibility for acts of terrorism.
At a certain point, there was a consensus within the Lebanese government to allow Palestinians to operate on their land militarily to regain control of their land, right? So that's where this whole thing comes from. But, these things turn into something else in terms of the presence of refugees and the presence of Palestinians on a foreign land and so on and so forth. And create a lot of friction and this.
We can use Iran. How about Iran as an example? Iran was attacked, right, by Israel in the U.S., but Iran went after bases in sovereign countries.
Yeah, but that's allowed according to international law, is that correct?
These are U.S. bases that are being used to operate. Hold on for a second. You're smart on this. They're not going after sovereign nations, just willy-nilly. They're targeting and they're also warning the very bases that the U.S. Israel is using to attack them. And also, don't forget the attack that was made upon Iran. No, you understand it. Those bases are not considered sovereign. They're actually U.S. bases.
This isn't my position. This is Amir's position.
No, but still, hold on for a second. Did the PLO have some sort of base? A military base of some sort?
I'm sure they have scout bases. I mean, if you call them bases, yeah.
No, but they actually recognize, I'm going to say makeshift.
No, I would say more makeshift. But if Israel attacks them, I'm not saying that Israel, I don't think.
So if Israel's going to attack them, then they're allowed to respond, right? Within.
But Palestinians are attacked. First off, Palestinians were attacked first, right?
That's what we're trying to figure out. No, that's what we're trying to figure out. Was there attack upon the people? I know the Christian Lebanese were also actually they were kind of like pushed into, doing attacks on the refugees in Lebanon.
Well, the Palestinians,
they had their.
Do you know why they did the massacre? Did you hear what I said here? They did the massacre because Egypt was going to normalize and recognize the state of Israel.
Oh, right. Yes.
Because of the Yom Kippur War that happened in 73, whatever. And the other thing was they were looking into getting the occupation removed on Palestinians inside Palestine. You see what I'm saying? So there's two reasons.
We're trying to push for, trying to change the outcome of something political. Okay.
Yes. So these are the two reasons, and that's why they did that massacre and whatever to sort of like change the outcome. But Egypt still went ahead and normalized it, recognized Israel, and returned to get their Sinai back, that piece of land that was taken during the the 67 war, whatever. So, that's what it is. We have Mangoose here. You want to talk to Mangoose? You want to come up, Mangoose?
Is that the same person you talked to me about before?
Yeah, she was the one that was here yesterday, Mangoose. Yeah. Anyways, so do you understand now, Ace? Do you understand? Comprende? That's the thing that they call it comprende.
Do you understand, Capiche? Do you understand? Do you understand, Capiche?
Capiche?
Capiche? Do you?
Yeah, I do. Oh, my God. this lady, she comes up, right? Her name was Tentura. Right? She's Iranian. And then when I brought up this point about, because I wanted to hear whose perspective, I think somebody else was here. I went back and forth with that person. So she comes up to me, she's like, I'm really concerned about the whole, he's really pro-Zionist.
There, you should have heard Tantura in the other room. It was so bad with Black Rabbi. She was saying some stupid shit. I told her to calm down. She's trying to make all Black Americans, all Black of them. Oh my God, don't do this, Tantura. With Black Rabbi. But Tantura is another interesting character.
Black Rabbi, I'm sure, will be in here today.
He was here earlier, gave me a headache a little bit, and then I moved away. I think Taco was here, and we were having a good conversation, and then as soon as you stop giving attention, he runs away, because he's attention whore. What do you expect from attention?
See, the thing is, too, about Iran being involved with Hezbollah, is do they want Hezbollah, meaning Lebanon wants Hezbollah gone, dismantled? Is that what they're saying? And who are saying
that? Are divided. Lebanese are like, we have Mangoose in the audience. He said she doesn't want Iran speaking on their behalf.
Yeah, that's one thing, but how about Hezbollah? Do they still want Hezbollah? Do they not want Hezbollah?
That they're divided on that as well, I think.
Well, Hezbollah was trained and paid for by Iran. So, you know.
So what Mangoose said yesterday, she said that why could they not fund the Lebanese military instead of funding Hezbollah?
Please, look up the Lebanese military. Have you looked it up?
I know, but they can be trained. So I looked into inviting Iran not fund Hezbollah. So there's multiple reasons. Religious, sectarian thing, right? They believe in Wilayat al-Faqih, and that's what Hezbollah said multiple times. That's what Bani Adam always brings it up. The Islamic system. Number two, the aligning with the way they do business, Iran. And basically, I think Iran had the ambition maybe in one point take over Lebanon.
Well, Syria took it over, had control over Lebanon for a long time and worked, and we're fine with having Hezbollah there. But the thing is, the Lebanese military, I'm not sure if it still is, but it was predominantly run by Christians who hated Muslims. It wasn't like they had a good relationship with Muslims. So it wouldn't make, that would have been a genocide waiting to happen if you had a well-trained Lebanese military that was, run by these Phalange Christians. I don't know. But now, it's almost like, it's almost like the penalty thing again, people want, because if you take out Hezbollah from Lebanon, and if you're expecting that Israel will not take advantage of that and roll in and destroy and take over the country, have we not learned about what they've done so far in Iran, Israel? If they're willing to occupy millions of people and commit a genocide, why in the world would you not want a defense against these people who literally share a border with you? Trusting Israel not to come after the Lebanese people would be suicide.
Edward, I have a question for you.
Oh boy.
Why do you think that in all these recent years, Lebanon has not developed a stronger military so that it could defend itself better?
Because Israel's policy for Lebanon since Israel's inception is to keep Lebanon weak. Is really the founding father, David Ben Gurion, one of them, said this himself.
There's a nuance to it. Let me give you a nuanced answer, Taco. Is that Taco?
It's tough, baby.
I looked into it yesterday. This point came up as well. We had, what's her name? Mangoose. She's Lebanese, by the way, from, she had a Muslim background. And she's the one that brought up this point. Why didn't they fund Lebanese military? So I looked into it. It gave me like 5 or 7 different reasons. And the main reason I saw was a sectarian thing. Second, the Wilayat al-Faqih. Iran had this ambition to set up Wilayat al-Faqih inside Lebanon. The way the Hezbollah operates, they're able to operate, funded, trained by Iran. And what else was it? Let me see if I still have that saved. Hold on.
But if this is true, then Iran could easily take over Lebanon right now with Hezbollah. There's nothing stopping Hezbollah. There's nothing that's ever stopped Hezbollah when it comes to Lebanon. They're the most powerful fighting force in Lebanon.
Well, Iran funds Hezbollah as a loyal proxy to advance its regional agenda, particularly confronting Israel, extending influence in the Levant rather than the Lebanese armed forces, which is backed by U.S. and aligned against Iranian interests. Strategic proxy role, Hezbollah functions as an extension of Iran's military strategy, providing deniability for attacks on Israel while building deterrence through advanced weapons like rockets and drones supplied by Tehran. This allows Iran to project power without direct confrontation, unlike funding the state military, which would lack ideological alignment. Lebanese military alignment, the LAF receives billions in US aid, over $3 billion since 2006 to bolster its Lebanese legitimate defense force per UN resolutions. Positioning it as a counterweight to Hezbollah, Lebanon rejected Iran's offers of military equipment such as missiles and mortars due to US sanctions and pro-Western ties. Ideological control factors. Hezbollah shares Iran's Shiite revolutionary ideology, enabling tight control by IRGC oversight, training camps, and annual funding up to $700 million or more. Funding the multi-sectarian LAF seen as pro-US and committed to state monopoly on arms would undermine Iran's proxy network and risk equipment bolstering anti-Iranian forces. Now, the last time I looked it up, Taco, yesterday, it said about they had the mission about that system, the Wilayat al-Faqih, like you have it in Iran.
Yeah.
Because Hezbollah said it a number of times on video. And sectarian was another thing as well, because it's the same sect. Hope you got your answer then. Which answer was better, mine or Edward's? Edward is going to come up with like what?
I don't. Okay, did you? Okay, I'll be honest with you. I was listening to what you were saying. I didn't catch it all. I was.
Oh, you were listening the whole time. You were here.
I was listening, but I was also not getting the best reception, so I didn't hear it all. But I think what you said was something about they have a system similar to Wilayat al-Faqih.
They want the similar system inside Lebanon as Wilayat al-Faqih.
Okay. But I guess my question is whether they want that. Well, my question is okay, Lebanon. Edward's answer, I can't deny it because I just don't know much about it. But in my mind, I'm like, okay, Lebanon.
system up where different factions in the country, religious factions, have different parts of the government in order to keep the Lebanese government divided. The Lebanese army cannot do more than what they can do. They could do, counter-terrorism within their borders. They could do some things.
But they can't buy
they're like a police force
and all that. They don't have the ability to.
They don't. First, Lebanon has been broke forever since its inception. No, I should say that. Up until the 70s, Lebanon actually did very well. But once the Civil War hit, it destroyed Lebanon, and Lebanon was not able to recover because of this system that they have in place now, where you have 3 different religious factions: Shia, Sunni, and Christians.
Yeah.
And so the Lebanese military is last on the list, and nobody pays attention to them. They don't get anything, and they're not allowed to have weapons or even defensive, like air defense systems and things like this. Even if they could afford them, then Israel and the U.S. tells them, what they can and can't do. Lebanon is barely a state. It's barely a state. The only reason it's still a state is because of the Lebanese people that live there now, that stay together as a community. That's the only reason why it's still a state. Remember, for years, they couldn't even agree on a prime minister. The position was vacant. Up until last year.
Do you think, okay, fine, fair enough. Do you think if Sheikh was here, he'd agree with you?
With what I just said?
Yeah.
Let me think about it, hold on, because half the time I don't pay attention to what I say. Hold on.
So just a correction, it's called the confessional. It's called a confessional system. Then it was done by the French. So that's exactly the system, and it's never really worked correctly. The problems in Lebanon go far beyond other influences. It's also internal corruption and thievery by our own politicians.
Mangoose, are you Lebanese?
I am.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
and yes, Sheikh would agree with me. Okay, I'm done. Go.
Mangoose, do you agree with what Edward said? I'm just curious since you're Lebanese.
Sorry, I was out of the room. I had a work call.
Okay. So my question. Okay, well, let me repeat my question, and briefly, I just want to hear your answer, irrespective of what anybody else has said. So, what I was wondering is, with the whole issue of Hezbollah and Israel, right? My question is, what's the real reason that Israel can't bolster its military and defend its borders and not?
Give me Lebanon.
What did I say?
Israel.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. See, I can't multitask.
Well, we have lots of different mandates on what type of weapons that we can have within the state through other countries. Who's going to give us the money for this weaponry? Who's going to sell us this when our governments are never stable enough to make these deals? On top of that, since the Civil War, we've had different militias that have defended different parts, and we have our own internal conflicts that have never healed. The army itself is like a lame duck army. It's there for nothing. There isn't really, let's say tomorrow, with the corruption being the way that it is, we get an influx of money to bolster the army. Definitely some politician's gonna come in, swoop and steal it. The corruption is rampant. There is a class society where you have extreme oligarchs and then the extreme poor.
Lebanon.
Collapsed economy, civil unrest. It's extremely corrupted society.
Unreliable electrical grid, so manufacturing is
unreliable, right? We can produce our own electricity out into the ocean. We have generators right out there, but the politicians are fighting over who's going to freaking bank off of it before giving it to the people. And then when you go and get electricity in Lebanon, you pay 3 different things. Dowleh, which is from the government, which you get no electricity. Then you have to pay Ishtirak, which is your local mafias run by different groups. groups, different ideas. It doesn't matter their religion. That we make a joke on it. They're all thieves together. And then you have your own generator, which then you have to buy fuel for in order for you to have energy. So it's an extremely corrupted system.
And she's talking about you're talking about the natural gas reserves that Lebanon has.
Oh yeah, the gas reserves, everything is, you have to go through 3 different people, have to change money in hand, get in their pocket for you to get a little bit. So the average person is fucked.
Taco, Lebanon, because of the gas reserves, which aren't huge, but for Lebanon, it's huge. It could have electricity. It could set up industrial economics and manufacturing zones because natural gas derived electricity is very cheap. It could attract foreign investment. It could be one of the jewels in the Middle East if it wanted to.
Wait, it does attract foreign investment, but they enrich themselves and never pass it on to the state. So it's individual oligarchs and families, and they stay on these ideologies, right? Things from the past, and then they can do no wrong even though they're robbing you blind. And
so, Mango, do you believe that Hezbollah should not be there?
I do.
Okay, but
yeah, and I believe if Iran really gave 2 shits about Lebanon, why didn't it try to strengthen and stabilize its government through that way? Why does it have to be through a militia that they control?
So, okay, well, I have my own opinion on that. However, I don't want to sidetrack here. Wouldn't it be reasonable if you want Hezbollah gone to have it replaced with the Lebanese military?
It has to be the Lebanese military, and then for anything to be done, there has to be diplomacy with the backings of superpower countries with the real consequences on both sides.
But at the same time, though, don't you need to train this Lebanese military? Because right now,
100%, you have to train the shit out of them.
So I think that's reasonable. If you want Hezbollah gone or disbanded, okay. My thing is you can't disband Hezbollah and leave the country totally defenseless because Israel will not allow Israel will take advantage of that opportunity.
It's a shit situation.
It is.
Hey,
shit situation.
Bruce, I'm sorry, I'm gonna kind of take you back to what you said about that breakdown. That Ishtirak piece of it, who runs it? Is it public or private sector?
Oh no, it's just the gangs. It depends. It depends on your area. Like your area, like let's say you live in this region, right? The Dawli, the little area, like let's say for instance Khalid, right? It could be they're basically like mafias. And you have to go through them, and if you try to go through anybody else, like there's real people beat the shit out of other people if you try to connect your electricity without them, and you have to pay them just for the connection.
So they
own the layers.
Like a mafia protection.
It's a mafia, yeah, it's a mafia, and every little region has its own, it doesn't matter religion or whatever, they have their own little mafias, and this guy who has his little fund controls the wires and connecting the wires, and if you try to connect yourself, they'll come, they'll burn your house, they'll cut the wires, you have to pay them, it's a mafia.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of how Iran works with running so many different things and having their greasy fingers in so many aspects of commerce and whatnot within the country.
But there's nobody there to let's say you're okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna go and put a lawsuit, because there are court systems. The court systems are corrupted as well. You go to that court system, you raise, you put in a complaint or a lawsuit, or you go to the police, they beat the shit out of the police and they pay off the judge.
Are you talking about utility use in Lebanon?
Yes. But that's the utility use will show you the societal issues in Lebanon on a big scale, even to the politicians. It's the same shit.
Yeah. Mongoose, I had a Lebanese friend growing up, childhood friend of mine, and I just remember his mother always talking about how Beirut was like the Las Vegas of the Middle East.
Paris, not Las Vegas. Las Vegas.
Oh, sorry, It's been on my bucket list to go there. So, I'm sorry, I'm very ignorant about Lebanon and all these things, so I appreciate you explaining it to me.
Yeah, that's the thing, to say it's just like a one-sided thing. Like, let's say tomorrow Israel left us alone, they left, gave us back our land, whatever, we still have problems. We still, it's destabilized. And until you stabilize the country, until you stabilize the government, until all these war criminals are out of our government, and there's no need for militias because we have a strong army, and we have utilities that work, and the people are able to work. It's got the highest per capita when it comes to education, educated people, but there's no work, so they leave. It's brain drain. So what's left? The ones who can leave, they leave, and it's a brain drain. It's a small country. Not only that, like add on to it the influx of the Syrian refugees that came in, doubled our population.
Yeah, imagine a Lebanon that is stable, thriving, and no issues, no problems. How thriving that country could be, how amazing that place can be.
God, I can't imagine a country full of Benny Goys. I apologize. I'm sure that's just terrible.
Benny Goy is not Lebanese, so he doesn't.
No, he's Syrian. She said Syrian. She said Syrian refugees, right?
She said something about yeah, of course, a lot of the Syrian refugees ended up in Lebanon.
And as far as I know, Benny Goy is Syrian, right?
Are you referring to Benny Adam?
Yeah, well, he goes by Benny Adam, Benny Goy. He keeps changing his name on this app, but yeah.
He actually calls himself a Goy?
He has.
Holy shit.
I don't know. The way I look at it, all roads lead to being screwed for the near future.
Marcos, is there any possibility of a new agreement between the religious groups there? I guess they are all a little bit fed up with the current situation. Is there any chance of some agreement?
Yes, there is. If there's no one keeps, fingering the fucking country, yeah.
I mean, let's say in a perfect world, it would go back to you and your region, me and my region, you and your region. So segregated in a way. And unfortunately, that works. It works in the area. That feudal system, of having like a different, it works, and that's how it always was there. But I don't know, because how do I say this? There's an Arabic saying that our issue is sha'abna. Our people are.
Do you really think so, Magus, if you, as I said before, if Lebanon is left, if the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government are left to their own devices without the interference of every power in the region, everyone messes with Lebanon. It's like the playground.
Everybody messes.
Right. So if Lebanon was left to its own devices, you don't think it will emerge as it used to be in the 60s and 70s, where there's
only the diaspora came back with their ideas from other countries, because what's left there right now is.
I understand, but the Lebanese people are, resilient, and they're very creative. If they're just left alone, if they're left alone to be on their own without the interference of all the powers in the region, pretty much.
I don't know, because it's never really happened, right? So, are we capable? I don't know.
In the history of the country, it never happened.
It never happened. So, for me to say that is I don't know. I don't know, because it's always been. And even you can look at it through your own family. There's war going on and shit is hitting the fan. And it's the mentality and some of the things that in years of war, everything that's going on, there has to be everybody's got to go through therapy there. Everybody's got to go through therapy and change their.
Yeah, I can tell you Lebanese already.
Okay, they all do. Because even my own cousin, my dad was over there in January, and he gave him money and set him pretty good. Calls my dad a month later, all hell is breaking loose, and he tells my dad, I'm gonna say in Arabic just so you can get how funny but sad this is. He goes, يا ابن خالتي بعتني $1,000. Okay, my dad's تكرم عينك, send me $1,000. And my dad's okay, I'll send you $1,000. What do you need it for? He said that his friend sent him to Beirut to go and pick up a car, but on the way he went to bingo and fucking gambled it, and now رفع دعوة عليه, and he's gonna get in trouble if he don't pay him back his 1,000. And my dad goes to him like, you أكلت حق حدا تاني, like why were you putting it on me? You need to go and fix this yourself. Like who told you to go and gamble it? And he tells my dad شو حق شو بتعمل $1,000 بأمريكا حق بسكوت.
We just made that for his bingo habit. I don't know, it's so good.
He goes to my father, for the ones who don't speak Arabic, he says to my dad, what's $1,000 to you in America? It buys a cookie. And like that mentality.
Don't you think he's creative though? Very creative.
This is like what you want to feel bad, but you can't because you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
But this kind of stuff is not only prevalent in Lebanon. It's the same stuff everywhere. It's in the region.
I can tell you as a Moroccan, even not in the region, it's prevalent there too.
God, that attitude, you know, it's just, it's too much. You get pissed and you're like, like you get to the point of you lose hope. I think this is like almost where I'm at this point, is a loss of hope.
But anyway, I think
Do you have any, hold on a second, Michael, do you have any survey or anything like that on how many people inside Lebanon that support Hezbollah, how many don't?
You think they're going to sit and take a survey of these people?
So there was...
If any survey is going to be true, you give them $3 and a sandwich and they're going to go and vote for whoever you tell them to.
No, but there was some survey done by the mainstream media. I'll see if I can find it.
I don't believe any survey done in Lebanon, just because I know the way the system works, and I know the way, like even when they do elections, literally they buy someone's vote with a shawarma sandwich.
You know, there's a saying among there's a saying of the great Ibn Khaldun, and it goes like this: "الشعوب المقهورة تفقد أخلاقها." Meaning oppressed people tend to be morally correct too. So,
It's sad truth. Sad truth.
So don't you think that Iran should put up a ceasefire, because until then they're just going to keep killing people in Lebanon?
Whether they talk, whether they don't talk, it's not going to stop.
No, but Iran can force them into doing, the stop the killing like once and for all.
I think nothing's going to stop until they give them some type of money to America. America has a special interest. Already something's brewing there because they built the biggest
Straight Hormuz.
I don't think they give a shit about us.
America does. That's why America forced Netanyahu into doing a ceasefire with Israel, with Lebanon.
Well, you know that they have the biggest embassy. They built it in Beirut, right? So they have plans. We don't know what the plans are yet, but there's some big plans in Beirut.
Netanyahu didn't stop firing.
Yeah, he did. Netanyahu did violate the ceasefire after Iran forced them into doing the ceasefire. America got involved. And the ceasefire, the definition of ceasefire that they have, it means they can kill people. Ceasefire literally means put down the weapons.
Ceasefire means I can kill you, you just can't kill me. That's what it means.
It means we're just not going to drop down.
Yeah, it means that I'm getting Netanyahu's in.
It means they're not going to hit the Christian parts no more. That's what it means.
They literally destroyed Jesus Christ's statue.
They're
When it
not
comes down to
going
it, Netanyahu is not going to stop fighting this war until he gets what he wants, or he's dead.
No, because one soldier that destroyed the statue, and the idea of
How do you preach for a war against Iran for 40 years, and then when you have it, you're going to stop? Who does that?
What, you support the war with Iran? Daryl, you support the war with Iran?
No.
Do you support Israel?
No.
Who do you support? Do you support yourself?
I support myself, I support my country.
What is your
The
country?
United States should not be in this war with you.
Are you proud of the America?
Oh, Jesus.
Deep dark history. Let's not say we don't all profit off of the deep dark history, those of us that are living in America.
No, I want to know. I'm not proud to be American. Daryl, are you a proud American?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. So America goes to war with different countries, Iraq and Afghanistan and whatnot. Do you think that we did good?
No, those were wars based on lies as well as this one.
I don't know. Do you support humanity?
Absolutely.
What do you think about the Palestinians? And the Lebanese that are dying right now?
I think Israel should back off and leave them alone.
But the big question is, does Israel have a right to exist by cleansing, by killing, by genociding Palestinians?
Israel does not have the right to genocide the Palestinians.
Does Israel have a right to exist by genociding Palestinians?
No, they do not have a right to exist by genocide. Killing another race just so you can survive is wrong. Especially when you're overwhelming power compared to that race.
Or you're backed by an overwhelming power.
Exactly. How can you say this war is right, man?
Israel is basically a leech.
How can you say this war is right?
Our
This is the war. First of all, they said based on October 7th. Okay, fine, October 7th. Okay, tit for tat. Who are Hamas went in there and a bunch of hostages and all this.
But the story did not start on October 7th.
No. That's what they're saying. So
They could mark all day long, but the story didn't start on 7th October.
Israel goes in there and now annihilates an entire race of beings. This based upon October 7th? How's that right?
It's not right.
Make your voice known. You're an American, make your voice known. Separate your ears, people.
Your tax dollars were being used to commit genocide. How could you? How could you?
You're trolling, Daryl. Just fucking.
No, Taco. Wait, who told you I'm trolling? Am I laughing?
But the thing is,
This guy's trolling by saying what he's
exercise
saying.
your rights.
He's not.
Exercise
He's not
your
trolling.
rights.
He's agreeing with our positions. Why are you trolling with him, bro?
I'm just kidding, man. I wanna,
Like I just said,
I wanna see what he says. I wanna hear some responses.
Yeah, you just trying to start shit, Amir.
I wanna see some responses.
Amir, don't start shit.
It's too early. It's only 1:37.
Let me fucking send you to the audience, Amir.
No, stuff like that.
not one American soldier should go over there and put boots on it. Not one. Let Israel fight their own damn war against Iran.
So let your voice be known when you vote. Let your voice be known. Contact your Congress people. Go to every one of those Democratic conventions. Let your voice be known. Spend your dollars where you want it, because it is. It's not the best way. It's not like it's gonna change much. But if everybody does it, and if everybody does feel this way, and it's overwhelming, they can't be voted in. So exercise your rights.
It doesn't help when Donald Trump came into office, pushing, no new wars, take really truth home and all this crap.
So let it be known to him. Let it be known to him when we vote in this primary. When we vote in this primary, let it be known. Let it be known. When you vote, go and exercise your right to vote. Go make sure that it's known. You deviated from the promise. We're deviating from your party.
Did you vote for Trump, Daryl? Did you vote for Trump?
No, I did not.
Did you vote for Kamala?
Oh, hell fucking no.
Bro, you didn't vote for anybody? That's sad.
Look, I stand by the side and I just watch shit happen, okay? That's what I do. You might get mad at me for it, but that's what I do.
I'm not mad at you.
Everything happened, and then I comment on it, because you know what? I can't.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm just asking for a friend.
A lot of us are disenfranchised, but you still need to exercise your right, because that's what they're waiting on, is for us to become apathetic and not to exercise right? So therefore, the minority that has a say in what happens in our government, the ones that can be controlled by either side or either parties. But when you go within yourself and you ask, right, even though there is nobody that you would like to vote for, go vote for Donald Duck, but just act right. Vote for the right Congress people in there. Educate yourself on who is going to run for office yourself. Give money to tax.
You think the right person, you know.
Bro, are you at the gas station? Bro, are you at the gas station there?
In the end, they're the wrong person.
But at least you tried. At least you were okay. You live in me. All of our politicians are shit. I don't even know who the hell I'm gonna vote for. But I'm doing my damn best to see who I'm gonna vote for that best matches with my interests and what I want. I write to my Congress people. I hold them accountable for the things that for the votes that they make. I watch the votes that they make. I then follow up with the emails. I call their offices and leave messages. I show up. And that's the only way. You have to be politically active. That's our freedom. There are so many people that cannot be politically active. And you can't participate in systems. At least participate in the system.
You got a point.
Daryl, you're telling us about hotel room? Wait, which hotel room are you hanging out at, bro?
Hotel room, what hotel room? No.
Bro, which hotel room are you talking about in the background? Are you at the barber shop?
What are you talking about?
Wait, what am I doing? What is this noise I'm hearing from the background?
No, I'm watching Zach Costello.
You're watching it, though, you gotta mute up when you're not listening, when you're not speaking. Anyways, because we can hear your background. I don't wanna hear your background.
Oh, my bad. Sorry about that.
That's good, no problem. Anyways, hey, what's up, bro? What's up, everybody? We have Adi here, and we have Nuwan. Adi, have you changed your mind yet? Are you still an Israeli Jew? You gonna become a non-Israeli Jew yet?
Yeah, I'm going to become a Shia. Thanks
Well,
to
it's
you.
not about Shia, the Israeli Jew. Yeah, the Israeli, but you believe in hanging Palestinians, so that is crazy.
Any Palestinians?
Yeah, because they passed a law there. This was about 8 weeks ago.
No.
But somebody, hold on, Shane gave you example. If it's a Palestinian that does the same terrorist act versus a Jew, hold on, versus a Jew, can a Jew be, hanged?
So you just proved your side.
No, I'm giving you a hypothetical. Daryl, hold on a second. I'm giving you a hypothetical.
Don't represent it as I'm trying to hang Palestinians.
I'm giving you a hypothetical. If a Jew and a Palestinian,
times.
yeah, but if they commit the same act, you believe in hanging the Palestinian but not the Jew.
I believe in hanging Palestinian terrorists, yeah.
Yeah, not the Jew terrorists, right?
They need to go to jail.
Oh, okay. You see, this is not really direct.
Is it equal crime, equal time? I mean,
No, it's a build on Jewish supremacy, the whole state of Israel.
No, it's not Jewish. It has nothing to do with Jews. It's Israelis and Palestinians.
Jewish supremacy, that's the problem. The Palestinian was a Jew.
There are Israelis. It's one ID, okay, one nationality, and there are Palestinians in the Israeli nationality. There are both Jews and Arabs. So it's nothing to do with race.
Nothing to do with the race. Nothing to do with being a Jew. The state doesn't run on base of Jewish supremacy. You did not pass the law in 2018. Self-determination is exclusively unique to the Jews. Oh my God. What's the problem with the Jewish supremacy? Anyways.
You can have a law that's equal.
I really don't understand the whole Jewish thing. What makes you guys better than anybody else? What makes you think
In a truly democratic society, okay, in a truly democratic such as America, a terrorist, which is domestic nor foreign terrorists, still get the death penalty, still are tried, still have their day in the court of law. Both, any terrorist, whether domestic or foreign. So in a truly democratic society, the equal punishment for any kind of abuse of the law. Now, let's
let's say it was somebody who came in and was robbing people by gunpoint, and they were illegal alien, right? They came over, they don't have papers. They're still going to be tried in a court of law. They're still going to go to jail. The only thing that's going to happen is they will be deported after they serve their term. Because that is a democratic society.
But inside Israel, there's no democracy. That's the problem. They claim to have democracy, but there's no democracy inside Israel. It's a one-sided law. It's built on Jewish supremacy. There's so many freaking laws that are racist towards Palestinians that live inside Israel. And in the West Bank, literally have a fucking apartheid system.
Agreed.
Darrell, who are you and what's your background again? Just saying.
The typical Black American, man.
Black American.
Yeah. I don't have a degree, I don't have all this stuff, but I do watch the news. I do watch both sides of the news as best I can.
All right.
And right now, as I see it, Israel is just going too far, man. They're going too far. If it's not Iran, then who's next after that?
Turkey is next.
Let me put it this way.
Turkey is a
potentially destroy based on what Israel wants.
I didn't even deny it.
Turkey is a potential enemy. They threatened to invade Israel. Erdogan said it loud and clear just a few days ago. So, and they maybe they're going to be a clash with Turkey. I hope not. But
I think they should take over Israel. Israel is a big state.
That's what
they can part of Ottoman Empire.
40 years. After 40 years.
That would be nice.
The thing, and it has not happened. Why drag the United States into fighting Iran? It just doesn't make any sense.
Bro, these motherfuckers inside Israel, they're pro-war with Iran. But in America, we're anti-war with Iran.
Yeah.
There's a survey. Do you want to know the survey results? Hey, what's up, bro? Assalamu alaikum. There's a survey out there that says that these fuckers, they believe in war with Iran.
Yeah, they want everybody else to fight it, not them.
Not them.
You know?
I mean, they like to throw bombs from the fighter jets.
That's what pisses me off the most. You know, hey, why don't you go fight for me? Go fight for me, because you know what? I can't beat Iran by myself.
Preach. Man, I'm preaching. You're preaching by remaining silent.
Drag the United States into this fucking war.
I'm hearing you guys, but the United States established a lot of military bases in the Middle East for a reason. Okay, you try to pretend it's only for Israel, but Iran, Islamic regime of Iran, is a threat to the whole Middle East.
No, they're not directly anybody.
I know you as one who living in the Middle East is far away from you. You don't care. But to the stability of the Middle East and Islamic regime. Forget about what they do to their own people, yeah? Forget about that. And you see what they do to the Strait of Hormuz. You see how they deal with the war.
Once you attack them, of course they're going to defend themselves. Do you want them to just sit there and do nothing, Ari? Do you expect Iran to just sit there and do nothing?
And take it out of the fucking chin every day.
That's what they want.
It's taken advantage of their geography, nothing more.
Then don't fucking attack. Then don't fucking attack Iran if you don't want what?
To destroy us.
Yeah. No, they don't. You attacked Iran twice in 10 months. That was Israel. Iran did not attack you guys first.
Iran
bullshit. How long are you going to say, oh my God,
Mr. Bullshit. Mr. Bullshit.
how the tides are turning against your people? Do you see how
I
the
don't give a
tides are turning?
fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, then
What I'm saying.
and
I give a fuck. What I'm saying.
you and the people who think like you ruin your country.
You don't want to listen, Taco. Then whatever.
If I were you, I'd be nervous, Bobby.
What I'm saying.
I'd be fucking nervous. You fucking terrorist state, you welfare state motherfucker.
Now hold on, don't call the names, man. That's not right.
No, they're a fucking welfare state. They're taking my taxes. I'm an American.
Yeah, they're taking my taxes too.
They're
Don't call him names just because he's on here voicing his opinion. Let him voice his opinion, even though it's fucking wrong.
His opinion is your welfare state, so he can have his opinion too.
Even though it's fucking wrong, it's wrong fucking opinion.
So they use Arab lines.
It's entirely 100% wrong in this fucking. They're wrong.
2024, we brought the war to them. 2020, we brought the war to them, and suddenly inconvenient, right? All these years through proxy, all those years through Hamas, through Hezbollah, and through Islamic Jihad, and suddenly it's inconvenient.
Let's go one by one. Can you please tell us how was Hezbollah established and what year?
1981, I believe.
Hamas for
1982. 1982. We were came to exist. Hold on, Daryl. Oh my God, this guy.
Ones who established
Daryl, you need to listen when I'm speaking, brother. Respectfully. Can you please tell us what year was it? You said 81. It's actually 82. They did get training and whatever. They got training and they got a whole bunch of, help and funding and whatnot from where? From Iran to fight against the occupier. Who was the occupier? Israel. Israel was occupying Lebanon.
Forget to mention the Syrians, how convenient, yeah. So,
why should I mention the Syrians?
Syria was there till 2005, the Syrian revolution.
I'm talking about 1982, idiot. I'm talking about 1982.
82, Syria was there too. They were involved in the civil war as well.
Again, you're talking about Syrian civil war. Bro, you're mixing the year. You've been sitting in the audience. You mixed up the year, right? I'm talking about
when happened after the 11.
I'm talking about. Can you please tell us when did Israel occupy Lebanon?
Israel started to occupy Lebanon from 1982 because of the war, the Palestinian.
And what did Hezbollah do?
Hezbollah, according to them, it's almost an Israeli occupation.
According to them, according to historians, a whole bunch of historians say the same shit. Hezbollah literally came to its existence to resist against the occupier, which was you, your people, your disgusting animals, the Zionist terrorist fucking Jews that came into the land of Lebanon and fucking, occupy their land.
You know which occupation is over?
Don't have to call names.
You know which occupation? You know which occupation is over?
You don't have to call names. You won't be out there.
These are Zionist terrorist motherfucking Jews. These are Zionist terrorist motherfucking Jews. What are you gonna do?
Boring.
I'm calling them the Zionist fucking Jews. You understand? These are Zionist terrorist Jews.
I agree.
Well, then I would suggest you to shut it. I would tell you to shut it. When I'm calling them, I like to call spade a spade. Alright? Because inside the IDF, there are nothing but Jews that are serving in the IDF. Majority of them, they're actually Zionist, terrorist, baby killer Jews that serve in the IDF that have killed over 20,000 children, have killed more children than I could ever think of. That these fuckers are into killing children every chance they get.
Agree.
Then you let the person have to come off the fucking mic. You just joined the fucking app. You got zero following. Nobody wants to follow you, bro. Then shut the fuck up. Like literally, bro. Just shut it. Can't believe it. We have people that are fucking, on a free app. They come on here, they want to fucking, tone police. So what you can say, what you cannot say.
And maybe you guys fuck it.
Those days are gone. When, you could tone it, you can't say this about the Jewish people. You can't say about this. You can't
so I don't really understand this whole, you don't want to protect someone, yeah, so, yeah.
I never said I want to go ocean.
Yes, you have.
Not right.
Yeah, maybe not right now, but you
I
have.
don't even know who you are, by the way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, I can hear you, I've heard you. I don't need to feel, but I've heard you.
Do you agree with that law, by the way? I heard something about it. Do you?
I just proved it to you in front of you. They passed the fucking law.
I want to hear.
Bro, hey, I just told you there's a motherfucking this idiot. If two people commit the same kind of crime, the law was passed only for the Palestinians. Palestinians would be hanged. Versus a Jew, he wants a Jew to be locked up in jail. Do you not see the fucking difference? Literally, the West Bank is under occupation. It's a running up on CC, said it.
I say Israeli, not you.
Bro, you literally said it in front of you. What the fuck you on about?
Just
Fuck it, shut the fuck up, man. Shut it.
No, I want to hear.
You don't deserve a fucking lifetime in that fucking room, man. You're just an idiot. Retards like me, like you, they come up here, they fucking, we have literally have fucking debates with these motherfuckers. These are terrorist motherfuckers. This fucker actually sells them the idea. You agree, then shut the fuck up, then what problem do you have?
I want to hear it.
Okay, tell them the genocide was stop. You don't believe it's a genocide. Tell them you don't believe it's apartheid. Tell them it's an occupation. Tell them you don't respect the fucking UN. Tell them you don't respect international law. Tell them all this. Fucking idiot, man. Retard.
I never thought occupation. It is occupation. So I'm explaining what I expect is not based on which I never done.
Do you support
Why
that?
what?
Do you support
I
that?
support the law of Israel.
Then fuck you.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
How can you sit there and say that's equal justice, man? How can you sit there and say that?
Because Daryl, it's not about equality. It never was. It's about supremacy. That's what we were trying to tell you. It's all about supremacy. They don't want equal rights. They don't want equal representation. The Jewish supremacy state, what it is. And they may not, they will dance around it. They'll say, oh, there's this many Palestinian, Israeli Arabs. They don't call them Palestinians because they consider that a fake state.
They're not Palestinians.
They're not. And they're going to say, oh, they're doctors or lawyers, this or that. They don't tell you that they don't have, Palestinians do not have a right to self-determination. They don't tell you that they don't get all the same laws. There's two-tier law system in Israel, one for Arabs and one for Jews. One of them, which...
Same human rights and same democracy.
No, there's no democracy. You don't have to rule yourself. So,
you don't need to make yourself a retard here in front of
I'm not a retard. What's the law about the nooses you just said? You said Palestinians need to be hung within 90 days, but Israelis...
Which are not Israeli civilians.
What is that? We're talking about the ones that are so human.
You just claim that in Israel, Jews and Arabs are different. I'm telling you, they're not in Israel. They are Palestinians.
Oh, so then they live in Palestine, right? You said Palestine doesn't exist.
I don't suppose Palestinians leave
Palestine does exist then. Okay, so they don't live in Israel, they live in Palestine. Got it.
They live
red blood. Right?
So Adi believes there's a Palestine. He doesn't think it's like the rest of us.
No Palestine.
No, there is Palestine. Either they're Arabs living in Israel or they're Palestinians living in Palestine. Which is it? You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways, Adi. I know.
You are the one who don't decide options to give me.
Hold on. If they're not, hold on.
There are Palestinians in disputed territories called Judea and Samaria and the West Bank.
They're not allowed Judea and Samaria.
They're not disputed. They're stolen.
See, this is what they like to do in order to diminish the human rights of the Palestinian people. Yeah, they call it Judea and Samaria.
Came in there and stole those motherfuckers' lands. And your excuse is, I wasn't.
Now, anyway, and the law is talking about those type of wars, Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. And by the way, it's only talking about crimes that will do from now on, not from the past.
So let's get some new voices in here. We have, I think, Charo. She's been asking. Here, Charo, do you want to say something? Are you there, Charo?
Yes.
Go on, speak. What you have to say?
Yeah, so all night I've been watching news and it's been a month, so it's just been overwhelming. I just wanted to put my voice out somewhere. So as someone speaking from an Indian perspective, right, and from a country that's fought colonialism and values, and I want to say this discussion should just rise above propaganda and just come back to humanity after all, man. I mean, balance and equal standards. I mean, yeah. Yes, I mean, yeah, of course, India has been democratic. Until now, at least under this government, so India has historically believed in non-alignment, dialogue, and respect for other nations, decoding their future without outside domination. But now we're seeing all these powerful countries who are deciding who is the threat and who deserves punishment, who can possess weapons and who must obey. Like, who decides that? It raises a really important question. Who gets who?
What do you suppose we do about it?
Hold on a second, hold on.
Who gives any? No, it's all boils down to UN. It all boils down to UN. One nation. Moral authority. It's down to moral authority. It's an international law.
Okay, can you hear me? I am saying hello. Hey, Carol, get up. Charo, you said who's the biggest threat at this moment? It's Israel and America. Israel forced America to go to war with Iran, and Iran did and retaliated and put a block on Strait of Hormuz. And America, the Israel even violated the ceasefire. Okay, Iran's condition was there should be a full ceasefire in Lebanon, no more killing. Ceasefire literally means put down your weapons, no more killing on both sides. But Israel violated the ceasefire, and America violated the ceasefire by putting a blockade on Iranian ports instead of Hormuz. So the blame would go, from who the fuck is it? Just mute the fuck up.
I'm sorry.
Just mute up. Okay, every 2 seconds I want you to come off the fucking mic. So the blame would go on Israel and America. As an American, I put the blame on Israel. Netanyahu was here in America to convince Donald Trump to go to war with Iran. And if Netanyahu wanted, he could have told Trump that we don't have to go to war with Iran. But Trump, Netanyahu decided we should go to war with Iran. And it didn't. It happened twice. They will try to make a deal with America, try to come to some kind of common terms and get the sanctions removed. And right now, that's what they're doing. Iran came to the table, and America.
I think my mic was off all this while, but
yes, I muted everybody because you could not hear me. I said hello. Can I respond? You asked a question. I was just trying to respond to you.
Being a powerful country, how are we living? How are you're living in America with that kind of power? And somebody who is just being just listening to everything from Israel and what? Of course, Israel is at fault, but Americans are a dumb fuck that being a 300-year-old young country. America has grown so much, and this is what is happening in the current moment. Like, that just doesn't make sense. It's just, I don't know. It's just, yeah.
Israel played a role. You have Modi traveling to Israel as well, bowing down to what's that idiot name? Netanyahu.
Absolutely. He went in Israel and in the parliament he spoke that he told Israel is his fatherland and India is his motherland. So fuck him.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the people in India that voted for they should not have. Modi is a demonic piece of shit. I mean, look.
I mean, we all voted for Trump and you all still saying.
I did not vote for Trump. Yeah, I did not vote for Trump.
In India, Modi is like, whatever situation is worse, but there it is horrible. That man is not sleeping all night, I heard.
Okay, I think Daryl wants to say anything. Yeah, go on, Daryl. Go on, Daryl. What do you have to say? What did you say, Daryl?
Did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Nah, bro, I didn't vote for any of them.
Good. Neither did I. So please don't hold that against me. I know you. They said if you don't vote, you don't have a voice. But I do have a voice.
I was trolling you. Somebody told me to vote for the Green Party, but then the Green Party wasn't gonna win anyway, so I decided not to vote.
Understand, man, I get it.
And the reason I had my reasons why I didn't vote for Trump and Kamala. Trump, I look at him as a fucking a comedian. That's all he is. He's good for nothing but comedy. And I don't know if any of you guys caught the speech he made. I don't know, like 4 weeks ago, or like before he was talking about Iran, that he's gonna attack Iran, whatever. This motherfucker, on the show, about addressing the nation or whatever. He's talking about nothing other than fucking milk, full fat milk. Because Obama, unfortunately, put a block on full fat milk at the school. Yeah, the retard only talks about the milk. I'm like, bro. And then last 2 minutes of that, addressing the nation was about Iran. I'm like, all of a sudden, 30 minutes later, 20 minutes later. He had the teachers up there, he had the student up there, he had the jug of milk on the fucking table. Like, what a comedian, man. Yeah, that's anybody else wants to chime in, you guys can chime in. I'll mute up.
I have to admit, man, I do like Trump. Except what he's doing now. If he wasn't doing what he's doing now, he'd be almost the perfect president.
Who said that? That Daryl?
Yes, that was me. I said it.
So you like ICE, yeah?
What's that?
You like what he's doing with ICE, yeah?
Hey, man, what's his name? The black president. What's his face?
Are you talking about Obama?
Yes, he did. He did it to the tune of 3 million people.
What you're thinking of is at least Obama gave habeas corpus to people. Problem with Trump is that yes, he did. Habeas corpus was never suspended. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm willing to say I'm wrong. Is Ace still in there? No.
How do you get due process to 3 million people?
The ones that were in the country. The thing about Trump and ICE is that he's arresting full-on U.S. citizens. Okay?
They're not U.S.
citizens. And some of them are. Yes, they are. They're documenting cases of this. Perfect president, huh?
I said almost perfect.
Almost. You said if it wasn't for what he's doing right now with Gaza, right? He's perfect. I would say
what he's doing with Israel.
To you, he's a perfect president.
Almost perfect president.
Almost perfect. Yeah. Okay.
Well, because that's easy.
I'm just
administration peaked at 409,000 deportations, totaling 3.1 million, largely from broader encounters. Trump's first term was 269,000, total 932,000. So under Trump, it's actually lesser deportations. Versus the, sorry I have to mute everybody because everybody was speaking of each other plus in Farsi. Anyways, you guys can
Overall.
Okay, you're in the matrix.
What he said?
Ganesh, all the bombs that you're talking about Obama dropped, he inherited those wars. He didn't start those wars. Let's not try to whitewash what George Bush did.
Yeah, but he developed the drone program, so don't forget that.
That is horseshit.
Come on, I can.
No, you are so wrong. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Taco, I can send you scholarly work that prove it was Obama that developed it and enhanced it. Yes.
Add me back right now. Add me back right now. Add me back as a friend.
Say that again?
Can you add me back as a friend right now?
Hang on a second. Where's Taco? Yes.
Add me back.
Even when the Osama's attack happened, the way he, came out in the press and spoke, and this man doesn't have any respect towards the press, especially women. And what kind of tweets he tweets in the middle of the night? Is that man even sleeping?
Well, people, it's been a joy to be in this room with you. But actually, we'll work on my bike, so I'll go for a bike ride.
Right before you go, just a quick question. Trump is the president of the ones who voted for him, or is he the president of all U.S. citizens?
Right now, he's the president of the donors who are backing him with the war in Israel.
Is that the right thing to do?
No, absolutely fucking not.
You said it was perfect.
I said if it wasn't for the war in Israel, he would be almost a perfect president.
That contradicts the definition of perfect.
I said almost. If it wasn't for him backing
Almost.
and Iran
Okay.
Are you guys okay? Did the Misa get you? Amir?
Now Mossad already took over.
Adi, I want to send you a video and I would like to hear your thoughts on it.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Really, I want to see what you think of that video.
Okay.
One moment, let me find it. Yeah. I sent it in the chat. Let me know what you think about it.
Instagram.
By the way, within the context that the Israeli government claims that the IDF is the most moral army in the world.
Okay. Sure. Let's see if I can open it. Okay.
What do you think?
So you're talking about the period when there was the, I forgot the body that was
Forget Palestine, forget Israel for a second. As a human being, what do you think?
So there were some incidents there. I think
Wait, before you go any further, because you word a particular word which was incident. I am anti-IRGC due to the fact that I believe that IRGC has a lot of blood on their hands domestically in the country.
Cool. How is it related to the
situation as not being a massacre is they said that prior to the 2 bloody days, there were no deaths or killings, when in fact there were killings during the first 10 days of the protest. There was about, some reports say about 30 deaths, some say 50. And then when I mentioned that to them, they were like, incidents. How many incidents for 2 years? I'm just trying to say, I'm tired of hearing this word incident as if people's lives are just worthless. Like they don't mean anything. Like as you can see in that video, people's lives are being treated like a game. They're even being compared to a series like Squid Game. Well, can you see?
Because they read your hour.
Okay, forget the narrative. Why do you say there were some incidents? How many of these videos did we have to see? This is just one example that I gave you. How many of these videos are we going to see? And how long are we going to call them incidents? For how long?
Because the narrative, like the purpose of the IDF was to kill those Palestinians that are running there is a false narrative. I'm sorry. The body that was responsible to handle this was called the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And they, I think I agree with you that they failed to do it. The way they did it wasn't okay. And the Israeli military was there, had to make some order to the, because there was like the wide west there, and there was people running, and also it's risk the forces themselves. They cannot allow so many people to go to their territory. It's one of them, even if all of them were civilians, one of them could be a dangerous Hamas terrorist that come close to them, and it's hell dangerous to the forces. So what do you expect the forces there to do? Any forces would shoot in the air and try to make them go to the other direction. And by the way, I can show you here. You see the video that I'm sending you right now. The tweet. It's the same area. Other incident of IDF soldiers trying their best not to shoot them. And you can see there is a translation. The IDF soldiers talking with them. Say, don't shoot. And then the Palestinians clapping their hands for the IDF soldiers. This is like a footage from the same period of the GHF giving foods for the Gazans. So yeah, I'm calling it incidents because there were some people get killed there. I'm not saying they were not. I think comparing it to the RGC shooting protesters, when the purpose of the RGC did the siege, you should know it better than me. The purpose of them is to...
No. Let's not confuse. Let's not confuse people and the listeners here. It's exactly the same. They would make the same argument as you just did. The fact that, there are some dangerous Hamas... No, 1 second. Because they were making the same argument that there were dangerous Mossad agents, and they had the right to do so because Israeli officials also and Mossad themselves claim that they had people on the ground, right? So if we are going forward with that sort of analogy, then let's not understand.
Answer the question, aren't they Iranians? Mossad or not, aren't they Iranians? Because you don't see Israeli.
No, I don't support killing innocent people just because you believe there are some dangerous people amongst those individuals. It doesn't justify you killing tens and tens of thousands of children and innocent civilians.
Trying to explain the audience, if we have any, I'm trying to explain the difference because we have some spies as well, spy for Iran. I don't know if you're aware. We didn't shoot them. We put them in jail, but we didn't shoot them in the streets. That's not what we do. Okay, now we're talking about Israel dealing with other people, with basically our enemy. Palestinians are enemy. I'm not saying every single one is enemy, but the enemies come from there. Hamas is Palestinian, okay? And among all this crowd that's running from place to place could be Hamas terrorists that risk the IDF soldiers. So I don't think it's the same situation. We're talking about two different sides. Yeah, let's call it Israel and Palestinians, and you compare it to Iranians and Iranians. I don't think it's the same.
Actually, Palestinians belong to that land, more than anyone. Okay? So,
More than anyone, or more than me, you say?
no, I'm not saying more than that. It's their land. The land is being taken away from them. What efforts is the Israeli government doing right now to stop the illegal settlers in West Bank? What effort are they?
Illegal according to what?
International law, which you don't accept. So.
No, I'm not accepting. But I tell you, there is a settlement that illegal according to Israel. And there I can accept criticism about why Israel is not removing them. Because sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. And I think Israel should remove all illegal settlements legal, of course, according to Israel.
This is precisely the issue, that we don't want to have some sort of universal measures to keep countries in check, right? You're basically the very definition of, extreme nationalism, which I think is actually one of the biggest viruses to humanity, right?
Alright, you're right. I think international community failed me so many times, I don't know it.
When did the international community fail you?
I can give you even recent examples. I can give you recent examples of our international community.
Okay, give me a recent example.
So Iran was shipping cluster bombs, like the RGC for Iran.
Okay.
They shoot cluster bombs at Israeli civilians.
Alright.
Which according to the international law, it's supposed to be forbidden, right? Now I'm not expecting anything from those bombs.
But they're not part of the cluster authority, you know this, right? They didn't sign the treaty for the cluster bombs to be legal.
But there was not even a condemnation.
Condemnation? People condemn all the time. You should look into it. Did you ever look it up?
No.
Okay, condemnation from who?
It's actually interesting because for decades, I live in the UK, and for decades there has always been more condemnation towards Hamas and the Palestinians when it comes to but it's just in recent years after the October 7th and what Israel did for the last couple of years that more UK people woke up to what the Israelis are responsible for. And now because the nation towards them has grown, now they feel like forever the entire world has been against them. This is, I don't even know how you guys can convince yourself.
Israel is the most condemned country in all United Nations history. And also, the United Nations are the same who declared, the international community declared Zionism as racism. I believe it was in the 80s. I'm not sure if it's 70s or the 80s. But so, why you want me to take that?
Actually, thanks independent media, mainstream media cannot follow that whole condemning Hamas and the Palestinians and just always being pro. And it was lived in the UK for a long period of time, and I'm not even that old. But you can go check stuff from home. It's all really narrative. Why? Because they've always controlled mainstream media.
There's actually statistics about it.
All around the world, they've had way more influence than the Palestinians because the last couple of years has thankfully people can see more things of what's going on, the truth. Now that because the world is actually, the tide is changing and mainstream media can't push the narratives anymore. You're saying that, the international community has failed me for decades. The Israelis have gotten support for decades from the international community. They allow them to go into a country and take away their land. You built hundreds and thousands of illegal settlements and nobody has stopped you. Who has stopped you? You don't forget your own government. What international government has stopped you from doing your illegal acts? From kicking out people, from people going into people's homes and saying, if I don't steal this house from you, someone else will. And you expect those people to stand down and listen to you. That's the reality of Palestinian lives. It's not the narrative. It's the reality of Palestinian lives that I think a lot of people thankfully woke up to in the last couple of years.
The Portuguese part is not the reality. Actually, even in this specific case of
I have personally seen so many videos of that where illegal settlers have literally told people, if I don't steal your home, someone else will.
Particular video from particular place of never mind.
Yeah, particular videos from Palestine and the illegal settlers taking people.
Actually, Jordan,
It's not from anywhere else. It's okay. So even if it's in Jerusalem, does it make it okay? Does it make it okay to go to someone's house and tell them that if I don't steal your home from you, someone else will?
I mean,
Who really cares where it is?
I mean, if you know, and you don't, you obviously don't know the story behind Shah. So maybe you would change your mind unless you're not biased.
I would think stories like that would change my mind because if someone owns a house, I don't care what story and what fairy tale you bring forward. It does not make it okay for you to go to someone's house and steal their land and tell them if I don't do it, someone else will.
You just use the word if somebody owned the house. Who said they owned the house? Alright. Sorry about that.
No, actually, I don't know why you're saying that's what you thought. I'm actually done with that conversation. I don't even know what you're saying. People living in their home, and you're saying who's saying they own their house? Oh, so you're saying they stole it? The Palestinians stole their homes?
Are you going to tell us that court
more like the Jordanians in 1967 and 1948 when they controlled East Jerusalem, back then it was East Jerusalem, and kicked out the Jews from their homes in the 1948 war. So this house, the same house if I don't steal it, someone else steal it, the land of the house was purchased legally by Jews before in the mandate side. So Jordan, in the war, they kicked out Jews from there, and then Israel in 1967 said, okay, no, we are now in control. Jerusalem is ours. We applied the Soviet in Jerusalem in the 80s, and there was a legal court case in the Israeli court, and it's decided that it needs to pay rent to Jewish organizations and control now the area. And in this Yaakov that say, if I'm not someone else still, he said it because the minutes ago she asked, you are stealing my house. So she used the word stealing, he used the word stealing as well. I think it was stupid. But he's not stealing anything. This land is a Jewish land.
That's why Israel was called an apartheid.
According to you.
No, according to literally what you just said.
I said the Jewish land.
Adi, let's say ignore that example. What about in the West Bank, all those illegal settlements? You saying those were also Jewish land?
So illegal by what? According to what?
No.
He doesn't care about international law, so.
No. What I'm saying is, do you think all of the West Bank belongs to the Jews and does not belong to the Palestinians that live in the West Bank?
I think it's Judeans are disputed territory. We need to solve it between us, the Israelis and the Palestinians, and by agreement. And when there is agreement, when there is a contract, both sides sign, we can deter which area belongs to them.
What do you mean? 1967 borders were established, and since then, all those territories have been reduced. Like every decade, there's settlements that are being built there. What are you talking about?
You think 1967 borders were established when? You mean 67?
Yeah, the UN 1967 border. Are you disputing that too? And you don't give a fuck about the UN?
I don't.
Okay, so see, that's the thing. When it's to your favor, it's we paid for this.
knew about Chicharron years before it was
What
famous.
about the West Bank? Why is area A, B, and C? And I forget which one. I think it's which one is the one that most settlements are being put in.
B.
I think it's C, right?
C.
Yeah. So why is that okay?
Because we haven't come to an agreement yet with the Palestinians. There should be, I agree, there should be a Palestinian state. I think they should get their state. If they agree to our conditions, of course.
Which is what? What are your conditions?
My conditions is like, of course, Jerusalem is the capital of Israel, and no right of return, and a recognition of Israel as the Jewish state.
So what you're saying then is all of Jerusalem is for the Jews, none of it. So
I didn't say Jews, I said Israel. Israel is also, there are Muslims and Christians in Israel too.
But right now,
by the way, I think in the case of peace with the Palestinians, obviously I want free traveling for the Palestinians to Jerusalem. It's their holy site as well.
Why do you want to take away the right of return? I don't understand that.
Because the right of return is a tool for in the Palestinian narrative, in the Palestinism, to destroy the state of Israel from within, to bring more and more people and make it not a Jewish state, and then they would change it from Israel to Palestine. Our national anthem would be changed. Our symbol would be changed. The Knesset won't be Knesset anymore, and all of our symbol.
It's basically you're afraid of losing a Jewish dominance, is what you're saying, right?
You can call it like that. I'm calling it a Jewish state. There is only one Jewish state in the world. It should exist, in my opinion.
Oh, it's not a Jewish state. It's a Muslim, Christian, and Jewish state.
It's a Jewish state, which the rule in the Jewish state is democratic. I mean, not a liberal democracy, but there is a democratic. Wait, let me finish. Why everyone
You take it over from me. I think I know where he stands. You go for it.
Yeah, fuck y'all, boy. I don't care nothing about that.
Okay, Cash.
Y'all have a big fag party, ain't y'all? Big LGBT parade, biggest in the world, right? Y'all gonna have that in the middle of the street kissing in the Holy Land.
Why do you care? Why do you care?
Biggest LGBT, whatever letters it is, but y'all about to go crazy over there.
If you're so upset with them, you can come and visit and be on the fact.
Come visit? So I can go to jail for smacking it.
It seems like you really upset with our LGBT, I don't know.
Y'all boys about to sit over there doing a lot of
You really care.
God land, man.
Why should you care?
I'm not trolling, my bad. But why y'all having that though? What's up with
What?
I said, why y'all having that big gay parade? Like, what's up with that?
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's, there are.
Wait, are you gay?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I don't mind if they doing their parades and marching and everything.
But is it being gay like against the Torah?
It basically it is, yeah, but I believe everyone should decide who they want to be.
But are you a religious man, Adam?
I believe in the Torah, and I'm not religious. I don't remain religious person.
You said you're not religious, but you believe in the Torah.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know how that works. I'm very.
I mean, I believe in God in my heart, but I also believe that if somebody wants to live his life in a way that's not following the Torah, they should do it. It's his right.
Yeah, I just feel like it's a little weird. It's the Holy Land. I feel like,
I mean, my accent,
you can't use
you sound like American to me, right?
Huh?
You sound like American to me.
No, I actually live in Japan right now.
Where?
No, I'm American.
Okay, you're American, and I guess you have it's called traditional, okay? I'm traditional Jew. I'm doing like the Kiddush every Friday. I believe in the Torah.
So you do
I did bar mitzvah. I had bar mitzvah. I
by blood or were you converted?
also by blood. I'm obviously blood, and you can see the DNA test I did, like my pictures there, if you scroll right. But it's nothing to do with blood. It's also your belief. I believe in God. I believe we are the Jewish people, and we belong to this land, and not only by the Torah. Also, we have history here.
You think God would approve of all the gay shit that's about to happen on that land during that parade?
I think according to the Torah, you're right, that the God doesn't like it. Like it's in the Torah. Yeah, it's forbidden.
I could understand, like, all right, we got a problem with gay people, they live their life. But why don't the biggest gay festival ever in the world, like in the Holy Land? That's Sodom and Gomorrah, brother. That's Sodom.
All right, but Israel is not a Jewish state because as a religious state. Israel is a Jewish ethnic state.
We know it's ethnic. We know y'all been those words for whatever benefit y'all. But at the same time, I'm just saying, y'all really Jewish and y'all really claiming that land based off religion. Y'all not claiming the land based off Theodore Herzl based that off the fact that of Zionism. You understand what I'm saying? So y'all use a religion, but y'all, when we bring up the Torah, y'all twisted and want to say we're not religious, it's about an ethnic group. This don't make sense to me because it's like y'all are saying anything.
No, don't get me wrong. There are many religious groups in Israel. Yeah, don't get me wrong. But most of them, yeah, Professor, maybe secular, maybe traditional. But I don't think there is a contradiction. I think, look, the gay parade. I know it doesn't look good for somebody from outside. They say, "Oh, it's Jewish state. How would Jews allow something that's forbidden?"
It shouldn't look good at all. If you're a religious person in any type of way.
My opinion about that, I don't like it. Okay. My opinion about it, I think they should not taking it too far, going naked in the streets and things like that. And there are also law in Israel, so I don't like that. But if they want to march for the rights to be what they want to be, that's the purpose of this gay pride. From the beginning, they took it too far, and I agree. They took it too far. But the very purpose of this march is to march for their rights, to be what they are, to have the right as
This is a promoted celebration.
It's promoted as a party. It's promoted as a big party, all right? I guess it's also cool.
Never gonna have no gay parade.
To be honest, I think it's also for some PR, some tourists for Israel, because in Israel, in Tel Aviv, mostly Tel Aviv.
I'm trying to say, you would never see no faggots going in the circle around the cow. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is, I don't understand Judaism.
Yeah, but Tel Aviv is very secular. If I'm like a tradition in Tel Aviv, it's really hard to find religious Jews. Most of them are in the Shemesh, in Bnei Brak, in Jerusalem.
The only religious Jews I ever met live in this city that I stay in. You feel me? Like,
No. Have you ever been in Israel?
No, I would never.
You come to Israel in Bnei Brak, you will see many Hasidic Jews. In Jerusalem, you see many Hasidic Jews. In the Shemesh, you will see many Hasidic Jews.
Most Hasidic Jews are like Zionists, right?
If you go to Tel Aviv, of course you have trouble to find religious Jews because it's a very secular city.
My thing is, just really, mainly on apps, to be honest. I've never met a religious Jew. And I'm not even being funny, I'm dead serious. Every Jewish person I've met on one of these apps was either gay or told me that he was a gay Zionist that wasn't religious. I'm dead serious. Like,
all right. Because I don't think religious Jews, who is this black rabbi seems like a religious guy.
No, black rabbi is a fat, broke faggot. Right now, I'm getting sex and smelling like shit.
All right. But what I'm trying to say, most religious Jews won't come to this app. They have some, they need to learn Torah all day. You don't have time to be in this app.
I mean, respect death for not being. I'm here trolling you to death. You ain't even phased, being cool, respect, man. Most dudes when you meet me kind of, a little nuts like Black Rabbi.
Yeah. You know how we get to the conversation?
It ain't so bad, Jay.
So another direction.
Wouldn't you say that Israel is a nice place? Jews, Muslims, gays, whatever live in harmony. That's okay.
There are also gay Muslims or gay from Muslim background, if you want to call it.
So they probably Shias, bro. They probably Shias.
I don't know. But there are gay Arabs that run away from Gaza and Judea and Samaria to Israel because they couldn't live there as gays.
Do you give refuge to those people?
Mm-hmm.
Amir, what the fuck are you, old man?
I still pray a time what?
My prayer time was 30 minutes ago.
I would like to welcome you to the graveyard of your vanity. That was one of the lines in Iran's Lego video to Trump, the loser song.
Oh no, that video was hilarious. My pops just showed me that video. They said Trump is a pedophile.
LOSCR. There's a few of them on Trump, but that one.
You know all these Lego videos we did in those days war, and now we.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I think to be honest, I must give the Iranians they are great. I need to give them that.
Yes, they are. They are. And it's not even just funny. It's teaching people what Israel and the U.S. are. And it's working. Welcome to the graveyard of your vanity. That is a heavy statement.
Only a country that comes from thousands of years of poetry and tradition could come up with a line like that.
Yes.
Only a country that has poets like Rumi, Hafez, and Ferdowsi and Sadi could come up with a line like that.
Isn't that a powerful line? Welcome to the graveyard of your vanity. That says so much, and it sums up the U.S. and Israel. Yep. Go ahead, go for it. I can't say it. It's funny, that moves us. And then at the end, it's Trump talking about how, at the end of the song, Trump is talking about how, this is him talking. It's a clip about, he's saying how he doesn't like to be in the room with winners. He likes to be in the room with losers because, then he's the only winner. And, other winners like to talk about themselves. And if he's in a room with losers, then he would be the only one there talking about how he's a winner.
That's interesting because I find Donald Trump likes to surround himself with winners. Even winners that he disagrees with. Like he's so close. He's been very friendly with Putin, Xi Jinping, and even Mamdani when he won the New York mayor election. He went into his office and Trump was very chill to have him there.
I mean, I don't know about you, but as an American, I'm really tired of winning. I think we're winning just one.
Way too much running going on. Who's doing that? Is that Jon Snow?
Jon Snow's doing watch out for that. Alright.
Edward, did you see the Toy Story video where they got that guy was playing with Trump like a doll? He's my
YouTube, you know how YouTube, like if you listen to a couple of songs here and there, it will come up with a thing on your feed. YouTube, personalized YouTube mix, and mine literally says Iranian Lego mix. So I'm like, oh, I can't wait. I'll get to all the songs now. But yeah, the Pete Hexa one. The one about the Queen. I don't know who they're referring to. Somebody mentioned her the other day. The Epstein Queen. And then the Pete Hex, like, what did you say? Pete Hexa, you drunk bastard, or some shit like that. That's
oh man, that's Pete Hexa. I'm gonna be to that so person.
I'm sure. Loser Hexa.
The Toy Story one, man, it got vision in that guy was playing with Donald Trump. And the funniest line on there, he said, I love you because you're my favorite toy. You do everything I tell you to. And the best part about it is, you think it's all your idea.
That's good. I gotta watch that. That is good. Man, these Iranian rap songs, it's all truth. It's all truth. It's all, like, I don't know. They are real poets. Pape, you should look up Pape, Professor Pape, very famous professor out of Chicago, University of Chicago. And he has a Substack called The Escalation Ladder, or The Escalation Trap, I think it's called. Anyways, he's saying that Iran will be the next, the fourth world power when this is all done. He also said he doesn't believe that Iran expected to be in this position, but because of how the U.S. and Israel conducted the war, they now find themselves now with a very good chance of becoming this fourth world power.
The thing about it is, the reason they didn't expect themselves to be in this position, because not only did Iran expect more from America, but the world did. But because they doing this for Israel, and because they doing this for nothing, they didn't get NATO. And now I was really showing that America, their real superpower is the fact they got so many allies.
Yeah.
So let's say you're correct. I want to add.
Oh, here we go.
So Edward, I want to treat you with the love and respect you deserve.
I doubt it. Go ahead.
Edward, have you ever heard the expression to steel man an argument?
Listen, the graveyard, I forgot what it was.
Okay, so
welcome to the graveyard of your vanity.
Okay, so I want to ask a very loving, respectful question. It is, assume that you're 100% correct. Assume that Iran is the fourth most powerful country in the world.
I didn't say that. They said it. And I didn't say most powerful.
Okay, so let's just
say world power, I said, a world power.
Let's just say Iran emerges, and for the next 20 years they are
not 20 years.
A
couple years. Go ahead.
Hey, starting tomorrow, Iran is a real world power to be contended with. Okay. Well, I'm American, so I can't pronounce things correctly. You'll have to forgive me. No, my question is very simple.
Hold on. Let's get you right. What do you listen with? What body part do you listen with?
My penis.
Okay. Your penis. It shows.
Okay.
What part do you listen with?
I'm trying to ask
what body part do you listen with?
My penis.
And the miniature. Let him ask the fucking question. What's wrong?
Nah, he can't be disrespectful like that.
My
I'm American, so I'm gonna say things right.
Saudis and the Kuwaitis hate them even more, and they become closer allies with the U.S. So in a way, the U.S. benefits Iran being powerful. No, hold on, just let me finish what I'm saying. So in a way, the U.S. should be hoping Iran emerges very powerful because it drives every single Sunni country into America's arms. So I'm happy to hear everyone in the room critique that.
No, but that's what Pape said, is what you just said. Pape said that against the Kuwait, he said the UAE and Saudi Arabia specifically, when they see this, that now they will be very scared because if Iran is able to control the U.S. economy like this and control the political scene in the U.S., then what can they do in their countries where they know the UAE and Saudi Arabia, they're right next door, they know the culture. What can they do there? And those leaders would be very scared, and probably are scared now.
Thank you. No further question.
That's what Pape said.
No, Smurf was right though. I apologize. He does listen with his penis. I apologize.
Mostly, how do you say American version?
What?
How do you say American version?
What do you mean how I say American person? But that's when we're speaking, like when we're speaking Farsi.
Yeah, but they speak
No, it's not.
It's very silly.
It's not that he said Iran. No. It's not that he said Iran. It's just that when at least have some respect. Just be respectful about it.
You say America because we say America in Arabic.
Yeah, we say America in Farsi. So it's not like we say America in Farsi.
Yeah, but when we speak English, we say America. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes, but it's hard to pronounce Iran in English in a way.
I know the innuendo.
They embarrassed us once during the World Cup about this whole thing, which I think is very silly when we don't even pronounce the name of many nations.
I know these innuendos when these Americans, the way they say things on purpose to downplay things. Well, don't
Iran.
I doubt you grew up in the U.S., so you don't know what I'm talking about, but that they do that on purpose.
Yeah, it started with George Bush Sr. when he said Iran, as in I invaded, I left the scene. Like I'm a coward and I ran. That's why these motherfuckers repeat it the same way.
Yeah, it's
that's the reason. Okay, fair enough. But
that's why I'm addressing it, bro. That's why I'm addressing it.
Millions of people.
Somebody just says it like whatever, like I said before. I think Cash said Iran before. I didn't correct them because he didn't mean anything by it. But when certain people say it and they have little layers under what they're really saying, it's a different situation. I'm gonna address it.
And it's not make it much of a big deal. But he was saying, his defense is that he's American, he can't pronounce it. What's the difference between I and E? It's not an accent.
It's not. Yeah, well, that's not how it works. It's just standard languages. It's just.
Nah, bro. Listen with your ear. The opposite of off is on. Elon. Easy, bro. Easy.
you guys, and I say to myself that it's a Babel issue. It's just a perception of all the angriness and nightmares and roots, trauma that we have all. And I just hope that you will be fine one day when you just think about things with your brain and not with your guts. So, sorry for this word, but I just want to tell you that it was about Iron Days. I think that in my life of 52 years old, I saw this conflict so many times in my life, and it's always the same thing: brain versus emotions. And when you think with your brain, you see just there is only one humanity, but it's my optimistic and humanistic think of thinking this. Sorry. Thank you.
But what the hell is she talking about?
No worries. This someone has to all to get along. General, that pink thing I was talking about is the one I sent you, I commented.
So Adi, before I went on mute, I had to do something. Adi said there's no condemnation from the international community. That's why he has lost trust. I actually looked it up on Amnesty International. So there's other organizations, the HRW, they did condemn the cluster bombs, by the way, Adi. So can you please tell us, the UN?
Yeah.
You violated over 500 UN resolutions. Do you expect to condemn anything? No, the whole war is illegal.
I don't even fucking know the UN.
The whole war is illegal.
I don't give a fuck about the UN. Don't get me wrong, yeah?
No, but occupation, the whole occupation is illegal according to the UN.
All the wars are illegal.
What's this cluster bomb thing?
So this guy, Adi, before I went on mute, I have to do something. I said, he goes, I don't respect the international organization because they don't condemn, there's no condemnation about cluster bombs. But I told him they haven't signed a cluster bomb treaty, whatever. And, the entities that have condemned, and I had to look it up. And I was able to come across Amnesty International, HRW, that did condemn.
Iran dropping cluster bombs?
Yeah, he said he has lost trust in the international community.
How many cluster bombs did Iran drop, and what did they end up doing to Israel, Adi? I mean, did it do?
Yeah, but the irony
damage?
The fucking irony in a fucking country that uses depleted uranium is committing a genocide, and you fucking have the audacity to point fingers somewhere else.
We can go farther than that. We could actually go simpler than that. Addy, did these cluster bombs, how many of them, if I guess?
Almost every
how many? Give me a number.
I cannot give you right now a number from
a few hundred, a few thousand.
No, I think it's hundreds, I guess.
Hundreds, okay. Are they wrong? And you're saying they're wrong to use?
It's not about wrong or not.
What are you complaining about then? If you have no position on it.
You were not here, Edward. You were not here.
That's what I'm trying to understand your position. What is your position?
My position is
I asked him why do you have a problem? I asked him why do you have a problem with the international community? Why don't you take anything from the UN or whatever? He said, I don't respect it. I said, why?
That was just one example. I told you this just.
I said, give me an example. Why do you hate the organization? He said, none of the communities came out to condemn the cluster bomb. What other do you have? Why provide the UN?
Well, let's not go there yet, Amir, because I'm trying to get Adi here to articulate his problem, his issues, hundreds of cluster bombs that were dropped in Israel. Now, Adi, how many cluster bombs were dropped in 2006 in Lebanon? self-confidence. How about 4 million? 4 million.
So
and I think it's still going on today.
Edward, say that number again for me real quick.
Say again?
Yeah, we're here. Go ahead. How many years is going?
No, I said say that number again. How many cluster bombs they dropped?
4 million. 4 million in 2006 in Lebanon, Israel dropped. And they were still going out. 20 years later, people are stepping on these things and they're going on.
That we have from these people, they've been killing people, using cluster bombs, depleted uranium, and now they have the audacity to point fingers when the shoes are not the
audacity. It's not about you're asking a question, you dumb fucking question.
Hold on a second, hold on. The question was, why doesn't he respect the international community? Can we address on that? Can we focus on that?
Brother, how can he respect the international community?
Let's go one question at a time. Let's debunk all this claims. Why doesn't
I have no expectation from this evil Islamic regime. No expectation. I don't care. Do whatever they want. We do whatever we want. That's it.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. Bro, hold on. Stop. Okay? I want to focus on why give me the number of reasons. You brought up cluster bomb, which was debunked, right? I can give you the amnesty and all of this other organizations. They did condemn it. Which problem do you have with international organization, the UN and whatever? Let's start from there, because I want to dissect your position and relate to why do you not respect these organizations.
Okay, so funerally was not debunked. You claim it was debunked. That's another issue. But okay, I can give you more examples. The UN Resolution 9701 that put UNIFIL soldiers to watch out and the border, watch out that Hezbollah should not be in South Lebanon, for instance, which clearly they failed to do because they didn't care too much to enforce the United Nations law. And they let Hezbollah to become greater and greater all the years.
Okay, let's dive into that. Can you please tell us? Hold on a second, Avi. Can you please tell us how many times did Israel violate the airspace of Lebanon?
That's irrelevant to my point. I'm talking about
hold on. Just like you violated the UN, right? They violated the UN as well. So it happens on both sides.
So, okay, but I care about my side because you care about the use of
your side. Okay. Did you condemn your side that violated the airspace, the drones, and all of this shit that they were doing in Lebanon after 2006?
No, because it all has to do with Hezbollah.
Bro, it doesn't matter. You're supposed to not go in there. Bro, literally, the ceasefire means you drop the weapons and you don't attack. That's it. You don't move, right?
I mean, my point is very clear. Let them do what they want. Let us do what we want.
I'm saying it doesn't belong to you. That land doesn't belong to you.
I'm not saying we need to buy internet. No, I'm saying ignore the problem.
No, why do you ignore? That's the problem I have. If the other party is willing to respect it, whatever, or if they're violating it, why is it that you fucking violate the international law or the UN body? Why do you violate it?
It's useless.
It sounds like a fucking Nazi.
Oh my God. The more I dissect your position, it's like the UN resolution is there, it's for voluntarily, for countries to, abide by themselves. There's no UN police force that's gonna come in and enforce this shit.
They were peacekeepers. The
peacekeepers are only there to look at the borderline. That's it, because they know Israel is gonna occupy the land like it did 1982.
So when Hezbollah provoked the Israeli army and put a tent in the territory of Israel, they should tell Hezbollah not to do it.
Which territory? Shiva Farms is not yours.
Shiva Farms is ours, first of all.
It's not yours, it's illegal.
But according to the United Nations 1701, that's the international border, the blue line. So, and the Shiva Farms is in our territory.
Shiva Farms is not yours. It's occupation illegal. You want to use your source?
Are you sure if you're going to the United Nations and if you're going to the blue, I serve in Lebanon, by the way. If you think that the blue line is going in the Shiloh farms, you're wrong. Because the Shiloh farms are coordinated. Let me the blue line. Okay.
Put the link in the chat. Shiloh Farms is under occupation. Here. The Shiloh Farms,
Not disputed claim. That's not the claim. The claim is it in the blue? While the blue line that was there from the 2006 and from the 2000 retreat or not? That's the claim. That's what you need to check. Where the blue line is going. Where exactly the blue line? Because that's what the United Nations decided. We're talking about the United Nations now. And the UNIFIL. And I know it as one who actually crossed the blue line to the Lebanese territory once. I know where this barrage of blue, how do we call it, these blue barrels are found. I know where they are.
Alright, so the blue line follows the 1949 Israel-Lebanon armistice line in most areas, but deviates in the east, positioning the farms about 3 to 12 kilometers southwest of Shiva village south of the line in Syrian golden territory per UN maps. UNIFIL confirms Israel withdrew from Lebanon up to this line, excluding the farms. Do you understand that? So you're occupying the blue bars.
The blue bars are not in the Shiloh farms. They are beyond. Because there is a new border according to the United Nations after 2006 war. Check it.
It's a disputed land between Lebanon and Syria. The territory claims Lebanon and Syria assert Lebanese ownership based in 1920s. These maps. You took over the land. They literally had Lebanese citizenship. The people that lived on the Shiva farms.
So back to the United Nations, back to the UNIFIL, because that's
okay. Yeah, I have the map. But I thought you don't respect the United Nations.
I'm not. I don't care.
When did you get the line?
Only when it serves him. Only when it serves him.
Only when it serves you.
You say only when it serves you. I say never.
The UNIFIL, which are the peace officers of the UN. They're saying it.
I'm saying never.
The UNIFIL, you know who UNIFIL are, right? These are the peace officers. They confirm Israel withdrew from Lebanon up to this line, excluding the farms. Do you understand?
So, all right. So when Hezbollah, okay, let's give you that, okay? When Hezbollah, terrorists from Lebanon in 2022, go to inside of Israel, not the Shiva farms, inside of Israel, where they were to stop them.
They were shooting rockets into Shiva farms.
No, I'm not talking about that.
In 2023, on the 8th of October.
Amir, focus. I'm not talking about that. Before that, there was an incident of a Hezbollah terrorist going to the deeply inside in Israel in Jericho Junction. And not Jericho, sorry. What's his name? Megiddo Junction. It's deeply inside of Israel, so no Shiva farms, where they were to stop him as peacekeepers.
You're gonna have to show stuff on that. First of all, second, you need to show that they were going inside Israel because as far as I learned about this whole conflict, they were shooting rockets into Shiva farms. It has nothing to do with you. And the land that you occupied, this happened 8th of October. Right? They started shooting rockets into Shiva farms. It had nothing to do with you. It's disputed territory between Lebanon and Syria. It's none of your fucking business. It's not yours. Even that UNIFIL are saying, the UNIFIL officers, they're saying that it's not yours.
Here is the Wikipedia page about the terror attack in Megiddo Junction. It's happened in March 13, 2023, before October 7. So it's before they attacked with rocket the Shiva farms, and it's nothing to do with the Shiva farms, but it's deeply inside of Israel. So my question, because we're talking about the United Nations, right, and about the peacekeepers of the United Nations, where were they to stop it? We're supposed to rely on them, right, because they are the international power that enforcing the law. Where were they to stop them?
Okay, when did they attack 2023? What is the name of this incident?
March 13, 2023, happened in Megiddo. There was one civilian who got injured. Thank God nobody was killed. But basically what they did, they planted a bomb in Jericho Junction in the road, and one man was injured. Again, nobody was killed, but again, we're not talking about if there are casualties or not. We're talking about the incident as an incident. Why they let somebody to go inside of Israel if they are peacekeepers?
Hezbollah denied this claim, by the way. Hezbollah denied.
They can deny. So what did they deny? We deny that we kill Khamenei. Okay?
You deny everything. No, I deny all the time.
Irrelevant if they deny, because it's still a denied person.
Just because a Lebanese citizen did what he did, you automatically said, oh, it's Hezbollah. That's crazy, man.
That's irrelevant. First of all, who else would do it if not Hezbollah? That's stupid argument. But
okay, so the Lebanese don't hate your guts. The Lebanese don't hate Hezbollah. They don't hate your guts.
But even if it's not Hezbollah, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
If they are peacekeepers, they should block the person, whoever it was, if it was Hezbollah or Amal or whatever.
Peacekeepers only cover the half of the border. They don't cover the whole fucking border. I can't believe it, man. Like literally, you're intellectually dishonest. Hold on a second. The UNIFIL is only there for the border line, not the line of the border. That's evident.
Of course. And this
UNIFIL is not there to fucking, police. They're not the police. They're just there to, for the border line.
I'm trying to explain how useless they are. That's all I'm trying to explain here.
No, but you're not getting the point. You need to. I don't understand. What is the responsibility of UNIFIL?
You're saying they're responsible for the borderline, yeah, by letting to cross.
They're not. Oh my God, they're not. That's a different. That's your security concern. You're supposed to look after your border.
Obviously, security better.
Do you not understand? Like even at the U.S. border, right? We have U.S. Customs on the U.S. side. Mexico side, they have their own police officers and they have their own customs, right? Now, in the middle, half of it is run by U.S. Customs, half of it is run by Mexican Customs. So if we catch somebody in the U.S. Customs side in the desert, they'll pick that person up on the U.S. side. If it's on the Mexico side, the Mexican side will pick them up. Simple as that. They know where to pick up the guy.
When he was in the Lebanese side, because he was. If please stop him.
My question to you, Adi, when in Mexico and America, if some Mexican comes across the border, is he bringing in like 2-3 illegal people, and he's got a bomb wrapped around his fucking thing, and he comes on the border and he blows it up or whatever. You think that they're actually gonna go and fucking kill the civilians in Mexico? Fuck no. They're gonna go after the guy that did it, the culprit, and they're gonna get help from Mexican authorities, and they're gonna go.
We didn't kill anyone after the incident.
You didn't kill anybody?
No.
So that's what I'm saying. So if you didn't kill anybody, then it means you did not believe that it was Hezbollah.
No, we believed it was Hezbollah. It was in a period, it was in a time that we wasn't.
So then why would you bring this incident up in the first place? We were talking about.
When I give you an example of a plan they say that that's from. Now I give you an example of them going into Israel. Now, regardless to that, they were also supposed to make sure they will not be Hezbollah south to the Litani River. This was the job of the UNIFIL. To enforce the 1701. Where I'm not really expecting from them to doing it, because I'm saying my point is that they are useless. I don't give a fuck about the United Nations just because of those things. And also, I didn't even begin to talk about the United Nations here in Israel and the Palestinian territories. Useless. They are useless.
I was asking you that why do you do this? I want to dissect your position. It looks like your position is full of holes. The more and more I open it up, it's like it's full of fucking holes. The Lebanese thing, you said, it doesn't matter. Hezbollah said, no, it wasn't then, right? It was some random Lebanese that did what he did, okay? Hold on. Just because IDF says that you believe everything. I understand. You believe everything, you take everything at face value, okay? Government officials, they lie all the time. But motherfuckers, government officials in America,
they don't have bombs like that. Like they cannot do something like that.
It's not easy to make bombs, okay? I hear you. I'll give you one thing. Even in America, people don't have access to the bomb material, but people are able to make it, okay? Same thing in a whole bunch of Palestinians, Hamas. How did they come up with bombs and shit? There's gotta be a way, right? Did the IDF sell the weapons? Yes, IDF was arrested to sell, they sold weapons to Hamas. There's been a report. You know this. So what I'm saying to you is, it's like full of holes. We're talking about why don't you respect the UN, right? And you're like, they're just joke. Sure, at certain times they are. But the UN peacekeeper, their job is not to fucking come over the border and start shooting at people. That's why when Israel was attacking Hezbollah, they did not fire. Notice, the UNIFIL officers, they did not fire at all. They actually moved away from that location. They didn't want to get attacked. So respectfully, the UNIFIL, they're only there as peacekeepers. They're not there to fucking start a war. I don't know, man. It's a problem.
Nobody wants to start a war.
Yeah. You see, on your look, if the UN would not have recognized your nation in 1949, you would be in the same problem and in the same waters as Iran is right now. Iran cannot do business legally. Iran was going to suffer a lot of different types of sanctions, right? If the UN would not have recognized it, said it was illegal, and no country would have recognized it, you're done. You would not even be able to exist right now. Just because America came out, America untwisted a whole bunch of nations to to be part of the UN and to recognize your nation at the UN. Otherwise, you would not be able to. You should appreciate the UN, by the way. I want you to go do a deep dive. Ask ChatGPT, if the UN would not have recognized your nation in 1949, what would have been the consequences? Would Israel exist right now or would not?
I think it is.
I want you to ask ChatGPT. Really quick, ask ChatGPT. Why do you put your position, not taking and not respecting the international bodies, is full of fucking holes.
Okay, that's right.
I want you to open up your ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, not me, don't take my word, ask ChatGPT, if the UN would not have
could have declared independence also without United Nations, and it could have survived.
But we declare independence not in the territories the United Nations recommended us. Because the United Nations recommended in 1947 that the Jewish state will be in certain areas. For instance, the city of Jaffa was not supposed to be Israel. The city of Jerusalem was supposed to be international city. And I think maybe that's it right now, because in 1948.
Was that the outcome of the war or the initial impression of Israel?
So after the Arabs started the war, then started the civil war. Back then, in 1947, we didn't accept the United Nations offer because they attacked us. So, and you see, that's like our first, if you want, that's our first United Nations violation. Because they recommend something, one thing, we say it's invalid because the Arabs attacked us. And that's it, and we establish our state, and then United Nations agreed in 1949 as
the Arabs did not start war up to 1948 after you called it Israel. Second of all, Jerusalem was not supposed to be part of it. They assassinated a UN mediator just so they can get their hands on Jerusalem. Did you know this? Isn't that crazy? But yet,
our emergencies, including wars, deficits, of course, rise. With regard to Jerome Powell, I just thought it would be interesting to point out that his term, I don't know why the president is so demanding of him to resign, because his term as chair of the